is of not doing weeds is hard enough as it is without getting annoyed emails. Some people would just get repeat annoyed emails, and they're like, we know this is a problem. And sometimes you, at a certain point, there comes a point where you don't really want to deal with all that extra hassle when you can just not deal with it. It's just this extra level of stress. So I can foresee a point where we were by the time I left, there were perennially like 3 or 4 open beds. Because the other problem, which is not a garden issue as much as a community issue and also related to people who are older, is getting advertising. It's a lot harder to advertise a local community garden if you actually think about it, unless you're doing social media and you actually are on TikTok or Instagram and you're really getting out, since it's such a hyper-local area. Yard signs at stop signs at stoplights would actually work. But other than that, it is a tricky situation. How else are you going to find out about it? If you're not involved on Nextdoor is incredibly useful, actually, as a recruitment tool, not just for police surveillance. It's tricky. So there were a bunch of issues. I could talk all day about things like that. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah. I just want to know how dynamic the turnover was.
Yeah, there were a wide number of people. One time we had a group of college students all just joined on a bed, and then it got overrun with a ton of wonderful tomatoes. But actually, mostly I'd say it was mostly people who were retired in their 50s and on. There was very, very few people who were in their really when I was on the board, I was younger. I was the youngest by like 30 years. Then 30 years. The next oldest person had kind of just reached retirement age. Like there's this massive gap of like times generational gaps that is true. Like now that I moved to a different town and the community garden I'm part of there operates under different rules. They've had someone who wrote the contract to make it private and have been with the garden for 50 years. It's a different ball game. Life, barely have that. It's a lot. Anyway, any other questions? Whoa, you're up. Also, the clock up. Yeah. If you lift it, it will turn off. It's one of those like dumb IoT things. No. Just lift it. Now you're just gonna make it better. Thank you.
HDMI or USB-C.
And USB-C adapter.
No. Yes. Oh, somebody else's audio, not mine.
Just remind me of the church building. All we heard.
If there's a wandering mic, so I don't feel like I have to stand right here. I'll let you do any introduction.
Okay.
We got time.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
we have a couple minutes, but some last minute announcements here. I don't know if you've been following the Discord, but there's a reverse engineering meetup happening over here at the Yoga Studio at 4 o'clock, which is in 3 minutes, basically the same time as this talk. So I assume you're choosing to be here instead of that. Let's see, what else? VoIP testing still going on, extended hours today to make sure that you are a replicant. Make sure to stay hydrated. Have some of the soup in the back of the dome if you like. There's some left. The restaurant is open until 8, so feel free to just swing by there or stop by and make a reservation. Amazing food. Yeah, I've already had a few meals. It's just so good. Most of our speakers are hopping on the Discord after the talks in case you have any questions for them. Just a reminder to make sure that your trash ends up in trash bins and recycling ends up in the recycling bins. Local staff have had to dig things out of the trash. So want to be really kind to them. We have a special session of making light up wings in the hardware hacking stage at 6 o'clock tonight. There are also additional shirts and mugs for sale at registration for $20 each. Reg closes at 6:30 for good, so stop by there. There won't be anything available tomorrow. Lost and Found is there right now, and we'll be moving to security, which is in the retreat house, the big house behind us over here, after Reg closes down. And ham radio exam happening again tonight in the night market at 8 p.m. And Sunday shuttle hours tomorrow are 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. And if you need to get to the offsite lot after 6:30 when Reg closes tonight, then there will be it'll be done by appointment only. There's a phone number and Reg that you can use to call a shuttle. So, without further ado, we have Vito here talking about gardening for computer touchers. So, please give him a warm welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming out. I know it's the afternoon of tour camp, but I'm glad we're all here for the gardening blog. I'm Vito, he, him. I helped run DEF CON CTF as part of a legitimate business syndicate. Now I'm helping run DEF CON CTF as part of Nautilus Institute. So this is not a bullet point by bullet point walkthrough of how to do gardening. It is a kind of unstructured story about how I found myself doing gardening and really enjoying it. If you have any questions, I will absolutely talk your ear off about it. It is a lot of fun. This is not about technical accuracy either. I just kind of like experimented a lot. And a lot of this is absolutely like super like climate focused. In that like I live in Miami, which is a different climate from a lot of other places. The most important thing is this is about enriching your life and finding joy. If you're doing it and you don't enjoy it, like there's always other things you can do, and don't feel like you need to absolutely must garden. It's just sweet. And then like minor content note, I know a lot of people don't like to look at like bugs, so I will warn you when I'm about to put a butterfly on. So yeah. Anyways, I'm Vito. I like Capture the Flag contests, and I like running Capture the Flag contests. This is my biography that we showed off as part of DEF CON CTF Falls this year. I won't claim that I'm like good at CTF. My solo showing in the 35C3 Junior CTF was merely pretty good. So I haven't been able to download pictures. On the flight to DEF CON in 2013, I was kind of like drinking a lot and texting a former roommate who had just finished in the Navy and wanted to be roommates again. We decided it would be sweet to get like a huge house out in the suburbs, have cats, and hang out all the time. It was great. And then in 2017, he graduated, and I moved to like a older 1970s mid-rise building in Miami. It was cool, and then Hurricane Irma hit a little over a year later. There was 3 feet of water in the lobby, and they evicted everybody. So I found a new place to live kind of down the street. This place had a really nice balcony set up. A lot of room. I had gotten into roasting coffee out in the suburbs, but this one was big enough where I could like roast coffee and sit in a chair and like play with the synthesizer while the coffee roasted. And after a while, I got like, I'd been buying a lot of green onions, and I got into this mode where it's like, well, I'm tired of like tithing $3 a week to the big green onion. And what I can really do, I'm noticing that they have all these little roots, and I'm remembering, like, just kind of vaguely, it's like, oh, if you put plants in water, maybe roots grow. And it worked. So I went to, like, the big box home center, bought some of these awful, green plastic planters, which were actually great until future part of the story. Put these, like, germinating green onions in, and it was, like, magic. Well, better than magic, it was, food. So I did that a lot. And then my brother got me some herbs to also grow. I think these are basil. And it was cool. And then I found out that like a lot of this stuff, if you're not constantly like eating them and replanting them and doing that, they die pretty quick. The basil, like I wasn't cooking enough like Italian or Thai food to really go through with it. So the green onions though, like I was using those a lot, and they didn't seem to have that like really short fuse like that. But it was cool. And then, COVID hits, everything changes, end up on like video calls with the gang. And during one of these calls, instead of just making like way too many cocktails, I made one and then realized that like all these green onions, there's like the leaves kind of grow up and then they fall over and turn yellow. And I just spent like half the call like inching around the patio, pulling these leaves off, and that did eventually become the Nautilus Institute somehow. So I wanted something that wasn't just green onions, and it wasn't necessarily edible, because there's like pretty high up, there's a lot of wind, there's a lot of road noise, and I'm thinking like, well, something with leaves that like occupies a lot of visual space will like keep it cooler during the day. It might help block the road noise. It might like block the wind a little bit. So I found a few websites. The University of Florida has I have to read this, Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences website. And they have a really great list of like plants that are from Florida and that survive in like different parts of Florida. And this other site, the South Florida Plant Guide, they even have like little notes about, oh, this is a plant that's good if you're a snowbird and you just want to like leave it alone all summer. And this one, the Florida flame vine, it may not actually be native to Florida. I saw conflicting information. Or Pyrostegia venusta, looks really dramatic. Like it grows up really big. It doesn't have thorns like the bougainvillea that my parents used to have that I hated pruning. And it has like these bright yellow flowers, or bright orange, like all these different colors. So this, like I wanted to grow one of these a lot, but I ran into this problem of, I just got louder. The problem I ran into was the little like stuff from the home center was like a couple inches tall, or it was like round, and I was worried about getting really top heavy. So I'd done a little bit of like 3D printing stuff a few years prior for like Secret Santa gifts using this tool called Onshape. It's a online CAD CAM software. You're like extruding stuff. It's really, it's almost like mathematical how it works. Which is kind of scary because it's implemented supposedly completely in JavaScript, which doesn't really have things like integers. But it's free if you like don't care if other people look at your designs. And I made this plant cart that I should have a screenshot of here. For a big flame vine, it was going to be about 3 feet or 1 meter wide. It was about a foot off the ground, and then another 2 feet deep, and 2 feet deep in the other direction that people call deep. So something like 2 times 8, 4 times about 12 cubic feet of dirt, which is a lot of dirt. And then I was going to put a big trellis on the back. And this was like the first woodworking I've done. And then I decided to like start to have opinions about like what tools I should buy. Like, I didn't want to buy a bunch of battery stuff because 20 years ago my dad had a bad experience with them. But long story short, like building stuff rocks. Like I'd walk to the store, like the store was about a mile away. So I'm like, well, I'm gonna need some wood and I'm gonna need a saw. So I'm just gonna buy enough wood that I can like carry it in the middle and keep my balance while I walk a mile home with it. And then, I do that over and over again. Like, get different cut of wood, get a saw, and I forgot to replace the clip art on the slide. I did eventually come up with like a shopping list of stuff I used. A handsaw, because like circular saws terrify me. Speed squares, they're just like little measuring gizmo. And like you can look at YouTube videos of professionals using a speed square and it's magical. They're really cool. I got a drill. It plugs into the wall because of the battery thing. And I got a really big heavy extension cord because I don't want an extension cord to like burst into flames. I did a little bit of sanding just by like taping it to a block of wood once, and then I went and found a random orbital sander. I got a collapsible work table after my knees and back started to hurt, and a big plastic sheet for painting in the balcony. The actual parts were like 1x8 lumber for the sides, 2x4 lumber for the risers, 1/4-inch plywood for the floor, which was also reinforced with the 2x8s, a big lattice to stick up out the back, these like ridiculously aggressive screws that cause problems later, and different colors of paint. So the process, like I watched like a few YouTubes and I just kind of like found out you could build stuff and just like do it. It took about an hour to cut everything to length. That includes like measuring twice from different directions. Spent a lot of time like strategizing where glue goes using masking tape. Because like wood glue likes to stick to wood, but if you stick wood glue to paint, it pulls off the paint sometimes. I spent about a week sanding it and priming it, and then sanding it, and then priming it, and then sanding it and painting it. You have to put a lot of coats on stuff if you want it to last. And then, I didn't buy the sander until 3 cycles into that because I was tolerant of pain for a while. It's like, no, I hate this. And then I spent an hour screwing things together. My neighborhood has a lot of like Caribbean influence, so I went with these like colors that like for me evoked like paint that's been bleached by the sun. This cool surfboard yellow color and this blue tropical sea. And here we have all the parts painted and ready to go, and also some random plants. There's actually about one more coat of paint to go onto these before they become a big bin. You'll notice that the stripes aren't super satisfying here, and I assure you these ones are not counted correctly either. And it's definitely not because I failed to count them correctly. It's because I wanted it to look irregular. In jazz music, there's a saying, if you play a wrong note, play it twice. And here it is with the lattice, ready to go, ready to plant that flame vine that I never actually figured out how to get. I'd been like strategizing. I could like go to the one like really good lumber shop, and they had like a nice outdoor section, and the guy said he'd call me back, and that was like February of like 2021. My brother has one, and I was gonna like figure out how like rooting hormone works, get a clipping from his, and like grow it from like a tiny scrap to something huge. But it didn't happen. Like his family hasn't been super comfortable with guests. But at some point, like maybe I will. Instead, it has become a storage bin. Old buckets, the plastic that was on the floor, like bell pepper seedlings. And I was going to make another, like a pepper pot for it. Probably like 2 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet, just kind of a little square. Move the legs to the outside. Picked some like different colors. I found the like one pink paint that wasn't like something really ridiculous. Like I have a list here. All made up, girl talk, BFF, high maintenance, heartbreaker, beauty queen. Like, so I went with guava jelly and lime tree. And I changed some of the design on it. I moved the legs to the outside to simplify cutting the very easy to cut plywood at the bottom. And instead, you did the difficult to cut stuff a lot more times. You can see the risers here and the side panels. And spoiler for the plant, it was peas. But anyways, one thing I want to point out is those ridiculously aggressive screws. The little notches here, they snap together like they interlock, and the feet go on the outside on these parts. and the ridiculously aggressive screws, because there were two faces on these, this wood would like absorb ambient humidity because Miami, and I'd like pre-drill a hole for the screw, I'd put the screw in, and it would break off. This happened a lot, and I have not actually put the lesson I learned into practice yet. So instead of the pea plant that died before I could plant it anyways, I noticed this one plant down at the park. It's wild coffee. It's not affiliated with coffee Arabica. And it's got these like really cool looking leaves. It's extremely native. We have like feral green iguanas. And I've also heard that these delicious looking red berries on it are bad to eat. Do not eat them. I don't think they're poisonous or anything. They just don't taste good. So I got one, I planted it, and then Sarah, my special lady friend, got me another plant like right away for Christmas. And it's a fire bush. And on the next slide, I'm going to show you a couple butterflies that live on it. So these are Atala butterflies. They're like black. They've got blue spots on the wings. And every June, they like love these bushes, and they're crawling all over them. They're like, dunking their like weird little proboscis into the flowers. It's really cool. So no more butterflies on this slide. I made another pot. This time, same design as the previous one, but which you can see over here. But this is lilac, lavender, and burnt orange because I changed paint vendors. And there's the plant right there kind of looking rough because this was like, I do need to finish this project. So that started happening around like the beginning of 2021. And like on my walk home from like the second vaccine, I brought my camera because I was going to take a nice long walk, and everything was like a beautiful day. Here's a butterfly, and just like the vaccine, everything's going to be like good again. I'll be able to like hang out with my friends in the next month in 2021. The butterfly's gone, and instead what happened was I just grew more plants on my balcony alone. I kept roasting coffee and computing on the balcony, mostly alone because it did not really like get better. And then the other like reality hit where I live in a 40-year-old high-rise in Miami, and high-rises need maintenance about every 40 years. So I lost access to literally all my outdoor spaces and had to take all my plants out to a nice farm out in the country where they have lots of room to run around. And a lot of the green onions all got overtaken by weeds, and then UV light destroyed the plastic bins, and they just like, you could grab one from the corner and just, it pulls apart when you pull on it. But the wooden ones are still going great. The wild coffee is super happy. The firebush, I need to weed it more intensively. And also what we have out here, it's a really cool like farm that Sarah lives on. There's like feral peafowl that try and steal food from the chickens. There's some horses out of frame or some pigs. There's, I think, not quite half a dozen dogs. It's sweet. And I've been spending a lot more time there because as part of the building maintenance, they're supposed to add impact windows. And because it's tropical storm season, and we had a tropical storm roughly 48 hours into the season, all the windows got boarded up, and they're not unboarding them until impact windows are installed. So I haven't had like natural light in my apartment for a month and a half, and like I'm trying to figure out like ways to like get my landlord to like do something about it, but it's okay. What I've like ended up doing is just kind of generally spending as much time as possible like outside. I've been like walking a lot more. I got like really into cameras because there's a lot of cool like birds and lizards. This is a peahen, like the girl peacock, and she is leucistic, and I just kind of found her. It's cropped off, but they're like in some just litter on the side of the road, just kind of wandering around doing bird stuff. It's really cool. So we're kind of like winding down here. I know I've kind of like really gone a little faster than I was hoping, but it's cool to grow stuff. There was a Tumblr called Botany Shitposts from somebody who was like studying botany in university, and I started reading that in 2019, and that kind of like put me on this journey. But there was a post about how like they thought it was really sad that a lot of people just saw plants, and it's like, oh, cool, green scenery. when there's like a whole world of just like stuff to learn, of stuff to read about, of like, little kind of stuff to like, it's so cool. And it's also like the anchor for all terrestrial life, and it's good to care about plants. The Crime Pays But Botany Doesn't guy on YouTube is really cool. He's like a Chicago galoot that like goes around looking at plants. He's like, oh, it's a desert plant. Anyways, that's the end of the video. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, the walking is great. I'm paying more attention to plants, different kind of bugs. There's a guy who made like millions of dollars selling tractors 100 years ago, James Deering, if you're familiar with him. He had a big mansion like a few miles north of me called Vizcaya with beautiful, beautiful gardens. So I got an annual pass there. It's like a 3-mile walk, and I love to do it on a Sunday morning, to the point where my phone is like, hey, good morning, it's Sunday. You're going to Vizcaya, right? It's a nice walk. Which is cool. Like, I actually really, really enjoy it, and take way too many pictures there. So yeah, future work. Orchids seem cool, but I've also heard that people who get into orchids like never recover. The other thing is that like being able to afford a house where like I'm not at the mercy of a lot of other people to like have a space to grow plants also seems cool. I found a really cute like 2-bedroom house with like 1,200 square feet, but it's like in my favorite neighborhood in Miami, which means it's $1.2 million. And that ain't happening. So yeah, my final thought is consider gardening. It's cool. And with that, this is one of my many green iguana pictures at Vizcaya. Any questions? And I'm holding the mic, so if somebody's running around with it. Sweet. Sounds like I get off easy. All right. Well, thanks, everybody. Hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Take care, stay hydrated, and enjoy yourself. Cheers.
Yeah, let's do that again. The adapter's not here. What's appropriate for blood type? Oh, there you go. Or anything science. Anything science. This is going to be probably the most scientific talk of all.
She blinded me with science. Ah, there you go. Nice. Thank you. Dude, this is perfect. Fun project. No, we had to move. Like we were in there for like a decade, and it just wasn't a good deal anymore. So we moved like 3 months ago. So we're off the Boeing field. Well, we'll see what happens. We might move again this year. It's like down by Boeing Field is where all your RVs have ended up. It's been a rough pandemic. Like we haven't had a break-in, thankfully. I hope that continues, but it's not good. Yeah. Russia. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sweet. Good to know. Oh, yeah, the Tesla gun? Yeah, we might end up closer to South Park. You know, Divide, Trash Space, those guys. They're not near Rusty, but they're in another part of South Park. They've had a good experience, but it really depends on where you end up. Yeah. Well, we still got a year on our lease. We're going to start looking at about 6 months. But, you know, if the economy keeps doing what it's doing, it's too hard to find a car. Might not be able to afford it, but I think we can find one. It's funny, we started at Original Space off of the premiere like right after the 2009 toorcamp. Like we signed the lease, went to toorcamp, and moved in. So we've existed as long as. Can't believe it's been that long. How about weird science? Yeah, there you go. A little bit. She stays in character pretty well, although Spock, I think, is the best. Yeah. Spock he plays it straight the whole time. I think it has to do with, you know, how much training they've had. So they've just had a lot more chance. Like, there's so much about Spock.
Oh, yeah, no. And it's very consistent out there. Like, yep.
Yeah, totally.
I've been trying to
Ah, you're not authorized to see her.
All right. We are going to get started here after a couple announcements. VoIPConf testing still happening. Extended hours today only. Get tested. There are more bottles at Reg if you want to grab any of those, as well as, let's see what else they got. T-shirts, mugs, $20 a piece. They'll be around until 6:30. After that, the Reg desk is closing down for good, so get there before 6:30. There, I think, are still some tables available at the restaurant, so make some reservations or swing by to check that out for dinner. All the speakers should be on the Discord after their talks if you have additional questions. And I believe they're also posting links to related to their talks if you want to check those out. Another reminder, if you're throwing away your trash, make sure trash goes in the trash bin, recycling goes in the recycling. They're labeled on the outside. Do not look at the colors. It's very confusing. Let's see. We've got light up wings. If you want to make some cool wings to wear on your back with EL wire and stuff like that, this is an adult version of the very popular kids workshop, and that's at 6 p.m. over at the hardware hacking stage. So if you want to get all blinged out for tonight, head on over there. We also have a ham radio exam going on at 8 p.m. tonight in the night market that just got added to the schedule. Shuttle hours tomorrow are 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. And after 8 p.m. tonight, the shuttle will be running by appointment only, so you'll have to call a phone number. So if you need anything from your car, make sure to catch the shuttle before 8. And with that, we have Rob Flickinger on again to give a second talk on more mad sciencey stuff he's doing on hacking your circulatory system. So please give him a warm welcome.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming back. Can you hear me okay? Is that all right? Yeah, thanks for coming back. This is a very different talk than last time. Completely changing gears. Hacking your circulatory system, a less icky alternative to heterochronic parabiosis. Show of hands, who knows what heterochronic parabiosis is? A couple people, and yet you all came to the talk anyway. Thank you. Now, it's going to get icky, I warn you, but I will warn you. Hey, you people all are attached to institutions because, like, no one can afford to read pay-for journals unless, you know, you're either independently wealthy or Like who here gets suggestions from friends, colleagues, science Twitter? Like, yeah, we're all hackers. That's kind of how it happens. And then of course Sci-Hub happens, but whatever. There are tools like Semantic Scholar is a pretty good one. If you're interested in a subject and you want to dig down into what is the emerging research, let me get into it. And then of course there's software that helps you organize your scientific research like Zotero or Mendeley. ReadCube is a commercial one. All of these tools and methods help you find more papers, to read. How many of you actually read the papers? See, yes, you read the papers, but all of them? I mean, I don't know. Like most scientists I talk to, your collection of papers in the inbox is enormous. And the reason is because you have a difficult time knowing which papers are going to be worth your time. You don't want them to waste your time. You want to read the important, relevant, recent stuff that fits in with what you already know about a subject. And most papers, of course, are lost in the flood, particularly when they're outside of your field of study. So I made an observation last year, which is that science is a fundamentally social enterprise. There are researchers who are people. They work in labs with other people. Their ideas are refined by the group of people who investigate and discuss these ideas with the people they hang out with. Scientific research metadata is publicly available, even if the papers aren't, okay, Sci-Hub aside. But related research, because it is a social enterprise, is expressible as a graph. Of course, brilliant, the social graph of science. So I wrote a tiny little Python script, and the tiny little Python script scrapes metadata. You give it a DOI, you give it a subject, and it goes and finds all of the related stuff. Now, there's other software that will do this, yes, but because I can control the graph, I can control all kinds of parameters about the graph. So in this particular graph, all of the dots, the very small dots that are colors, the nodes, are papers. The edges are citations between the papers. The nodes are colored from yellow to purple, where yellow is the furthest in the past and purple is the most recent. And this is plotted with an open source software called Cytoscape that lets you just, walk along the graph, render a bunch of different ways. And so we can start to drill down. Like if I'm zoomed out here, I can see, there are ideas, they're related to each other. These people probably all either work in the same lab or they all know each other. They're connected by this other lab of smaller independent people. This is a subject that's probably related to both of these topics, although these have been more thoroughly explored. Like you get a lot of information just looking at the graph, right? So my eyes are immediately drawn to what's going on down here. This is all purple, and there's an awful lot of it. So I had been asking about, I forgot to state originally, this is in the context of longevity research. I turned 47 this year, and we're not getting any younger, and I'm interested in longevity research, but it's very, tin hat, to put it politely. Like it is almost entirely snake oil, and my interest is I want to find out what's actually going on, not all of the junk papers that are out here, who knows what they're trying to sell me. I want to know where the interesting research is happening. So what is going on in this quadrant down here? I don't even remember what the original search term was at this point, but it's purple. So let me zoom in. So I zoom in a little bit, and you can see each of the nodes are linked to each other, and they're all different colors. And there's one in the middle that there's a lot of people linking to. And if I zoom all the way in on that paper, the title is Plasma Dilution Improves Cognition and Attenuates Neuroinflammation in Mice. There's a fundamentally new idea. I had no idea, and I don't even know what 3 of those words mean. I'm going to have to go and study. So let's go back to heterochronic parabiosis. Now is when it's going to get icky. I'm not going to show you graphic stuff. I am going to show you a cartoon in a moment that might be a little bit disturbing to you if you don't know what it is. Heteromumble para what now? Okay. Heterochronic, different in time. Parabiosis, living beside. You interlink the circulatory systems of 2 animals. One of them is younger, one of them is older. Ideally, they're clones of each other. And what we have found since the 1950s is that the older animal tends to start to exhibit characteristics of a younger phenotype after some time. It's weird and icky and probably snake oil, right? Like it was not quantified very well ever since the 50s. They've been doing this since the 1850s, and that gets even weirder. It's pretty much widely been regarded as pseudoscientific quackery until about the last 10 or 15 years when we started to quantify like the protein distribution circulating in blood in both animals, or looking at really specific biomarkers about what's happening and quantifying it and not just saying, oh, they seem to run mazes better, right? And there are such things as young blood transfusion startups. The FDA is really concerned about, Tech Valley billionaires paying to have the blood of small boys infused into them, trying to live forever. That's a thing. We're not going to go there. Don't worry about that. So, how do you objectively measure rejuvenation? Can you even do it? Well, you could resort to histology. Like, the tissues don't lie. If you take a biopsy and you look at muscle repair over time, you damage a mouse's muscles, you count the number of muscle fibrils, you see what happens over time, you can look at the rate of rejuvenation, the rate of recovery from muscle repair. So, other things like non-alcoholic liver adiposity. Look for the amount of liver spots inside of a liver biopsy. The fatty spots, fatty deposits inside of a liver biopsy. You can look for fibrosis in a variety of different organs. And each of these are indicators of age. And if an older animal starts to recover faster after an intervention, you might be able to infer that something is going on. But here's the thing. You can't do that to humans. I mean, you can, but getting the consent to get biopsies on humans after undergoing your crazy quack medical thing, isn't really, looked at favorably. So one way to objectively measure rejuvenation without taking a biopsy is to look at the relative distribution of low concentrations go high, some that are in high concentrations go low. And this is fairly consistent across different individuals within a species. So they've been testing this on mice now since the 70s, and they're starting to get somewhere. They're starting to get an idea of what is happening at a biochemical level. Right, so back to this crazy graph. So plasma dilution improves cognition and attenuates neuroinflammation. Let's get to what I mean by dilution. So in 2020, UC Berkeley, Malid Medipur released this paper, which was kind of earth-shattering. So they found that the dilution of plasma in mice using saline and albumin protein, not young plasma, was as effective as heterochronic parabiosis. Similar changes were also demonstrated in 3 human participants who had undergone therapeutic plasma exchange. So, what's therapeutic plasma exchange? Therapeutic plasma exchange is already approved by the FDA, and it's a medical intervention that's given to older people under certain circumstances. It's kind of a, we hope this is going to help kind of intervention, but it involves replacing more than 50% of human blood plasma with saline and protein albumin. Afterwards, they measured the protein profile of 3 individuals before and after having undergone TPE, and they found that the older people exhibited a younger phenotype, which is fascinating. Just replacing with saline and albumin had a shift that looks very similar to heterochronic parabiosis. So that means maybe there aren't young blood factors present. Maybe what's happening is an effect of dilution. How could that possibly be? Well, first of all, I'm not a scientist, right? I'm a hacker. So I have theories, but let me get into what we did last summer and why I'm talking to you. So our question was, well, that's cool about TPE, but there's another thing that we could do right now, which is commercial plasma donation. I mean, can't we just walk down to the clinic and donate plasma and effectively do the same thing? And the answer is sort of. You can't get to 50% dilution of plasma just by donating once. But if you work out the dilution profile over time, it turns out for most people, it's only after 2 or 3 donations that you've achieved 50% dilution. So this would also eliminate the protein albumin as a factor because they don't return albumin protein to you when you donate plasma. They just return saline and a chelating agent to prevent coagulation. So that's interesting. Since the risk to a participant in this kind of activity would be fairly minimal because we would go to a commercial plasma donation place and have them do all of the work, all we would be doing is looking at a protein profile. That's pretty straightforward. And then we reason that in the end, even if there's no direct health benefit to the people who are donating, plasma donation is really good for society. It saves lives, it furthers medical research. There's really no reason not to do that. So we just did it. So we decided to find out if we could replicate the results of the Medipur paper from 2020. I found some volunteers, RN equals 4, which is 33% better than Berkeley. We also had 2 controls, which Berkeley didn't have. We ordered some lab supplies. We didn't know what we were doing, so we figured we'd just, fake it till we make it. So we did. Now, we did make a couple of little changes. For one thing, we used a finger stick from a glucose monitor instead of having to do a blood draw for the protein tests. And we did that because we wanted to reduce the overall risk to the participants. So we were able to extract enough blood just from a few drops of blood from a finger prick and centrifuging that rather than having to draw blood. And that worked out really well. And the plasma donation was carried out at commercial donation centers, and each participant chose their own donation schedule. So we didn't require anything of any of the participants. Everybody just decided, okay, well, I'm comfortable with donating once a week. I'm comfortable donating once a month. I'm just going to do it whenever I feel like it, and that's cool. Like you do you. But we tried to control for things like what time we took the tests during the day, and we always waited the same amount of time after the donation before we took a protein test. We also wanted to control for the experiment itself, so we got the exact same protein profiles that were run in the Metapore paper in 2020. Excuse me. So these are antibody tests that are an expression profile for 507 different proteins. These little buggers are ridiculously expensive. There's 4 wells here, and each well is like $250. It's not cheap, and it's going to take, dozens of tests in order to do this. But we wanted to eliminate as many variables as possible, since this is like our one shot at doing it. And what do you know? It worked. So after 3 months of study, we had sufficient samples to demonstrate that we found most of the same proteins were expressed in approximately the same magnitudes before and after donation. We established that the effect lasts beyond at least 1 month beyond the last donation, so it's not something that's just a matter of transient, dilution. Some proteins increased in profile expression, which you would not expect from dilution. Why would you have more of a protein after you've diluted? There are reasons, and I don't have time to get into them, but yeah, something is definitely going on biochemically. We also had one of our controls. We took 4 different samples during a single day for one of our controls to try to control for circadian changes in expression, because throughout the day, the amount of different proteins that you would expect to see in blood vary. You wake up, you have a certain expression profile. A little bit later in the day, you've had breakfast, you're moving around. The relative concentration of different proteins shift throughout the day. And we wanted to control for that because, if there's a 10x difference in a particular protein, we would want to know whether that falls within the error bars of expected measurements. And so, again, n equals 1. Nobody believes me, and you shouldn't believe me. Like, there's not nearly enough evidence to demonstrate that this is a real thing. I'm just saying we did it and it looked cool, and maybe there's, deserves more attention here. Here, to read these, I know I'm kind of flying through because I don't have much time, but each of these columns represents a separate person, and then these 4 are the donors. And then this last one is the control that wasn't the circadian control. They were just a regular control. They took a sample once a month and didn't donate any plasma. And then within the columns, each of these is a test. So this person was tested 3 times. This person was tested twice. And then the colors from blue to red are low to high concentration of these proteins. It's an awful lot of data on a single chart, I know. But what you're seeing is blue to red, blue to red, blue to red, blue to red. And I don't know why red's in the middle. That doesn't make any sense. There's no pattern there. Right. So we rolled all of that into a paper and we released it on bioRxiv last Halloween. It was appropriate, bloodletting for Halloween. We have not tried to get it into any journal because I wouldn't print me. Like, why would I print me? Like, I'm the only author on this thing. We're just a bunch of hackers, right? And it's confirmatory evidence, but it's probably wrong because, almost everything you're going to read in any paper is probably wrong until it's proven otherwise. I just think it's cool and interesting. So what's next? First of all, consider donating plasma regularly. You'll definitely be saving lives. You'll be contributing to medical research, and you might even improve your own physiology. Or not. I don't know, maybe, probably. I do. I think it's great. More and bigger studies are needed to understand exactly what's happening. Is this an epigenetic resignaling event? Maybe. Is this Krebs signaling due to a reset in calcium ion chelation? Blumble, mumble, mumble? Maybe. That would fit. I have no idea. I'm not a biochemist. Is it just a quirk of the testing methodology and completely spurious? Probably. We need more N. And finally, I just want to end on, there is no license to science. If you find an edge and you push in a direction that nobody's gone before, you might actually find something new, or at least you will be wrong in interesting and new ways. So there's the paper, there's the code, there's the data. Enjoy. Thanks. So questions, yeah.
About the protein concentrations.
Yes.
Do you have a particular we think these ones are good, these ones are bad, and it's good that these are more concentrated?
Read the paper. Short answer, yes. Long answer, first of all, it's really hard to say whether what's happening here is causative or diagnostic. And the function of proteins is an ongoing and active area of study. That said, a few of them we're pretty sure we have a pretty good idea that if there's a lot of that, it's bad, and if there's a lot of that, that's good. Yeah, read the paper.
I recall hearing a few years ago that people that regularly donate blood live longer. So this seems very related to that also.
I've heard a lot of anecdotal evidence in that direction too. My father-in-law is one of the healthiest individuals I know and is an avid blood donator. And it's an anecdote. I don't know. But I do know that after donating blood, I was one of the people who donated once a week. And I definitely felt invigorated. I have no idea if that's relevant or not, but I guess I continue to. I think there's very little downside to donating plasma, but I should point out, like, I'm not advocating that you just go out and do it, and there's no way that you can. If you go to actually donate plasma, you will undergo a rigorous set of screenings. You have to be medically fit in order to do it. Like, this isn't a thing you can just opt into. So that's why I don't have any hesitation in recommending it, because they will tell you if there's a problem, and consult with your doctor if you think there may be.
Have you spoken with the Berkeley researchers, or are they aware that you've replicated the research?
Yes, I have not contacted the Berkeley researchers because I'm a quack. But that said, I have had 2 researchers contact me, and our paper has been cited, even though it's only on bioRxiv. So, thank you.
Given that you're trying to lower barriers to access and your status as a quack, is your next iteration going to involve leeches?
Leeches, fascinating. Maybe if they were genetically engineered leeches. Yes, I'll think in that direction.
For the participants here, was there an age control? Did you find a difference in expression between ages?
That's an excellent question. Did we find a difference in expression between ages? We did, but not significant enough to put in the paper. And we didn't have enough of an age range in participants to really make it worth anything, unfortunately. Bigger N is needed.
What other interesting areas in your graph are next?
What other interesting areas on the graph are next? That's a really good question. I can't really comment.
How often do you donate plasma now, and has this changed you or the subject's plasma donation schedule?
That's a really good question. How often do I donate plasma now, and has it changed the other participants? I haven't followed up with the other participants lately. I know that most of them were staying on the same schedule. I myself had some personal things that meant that I can't, but I will again soon. Also, if you've never donated plasma, it's a weird and sketchy thing, man. They give you money, but not nearly enough money to pay for these tests. And the people who are there getting plasma, they need the money. So plan that it's going to take you 2-3 hours sometimes, and it's not going to be worth the money, but it's worth it for the experience and what's happening. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. We have about 8 minutes before we get started with the next talk, so enjoy your 8 minutes.
Would you like your adapter back? Okay.
Nope.
I just got that horrible thing of, wait, am I half hour early? No, okay, good. Wow. We can fix that. only have them on Google Drive. This is a bad idea. Just get there's a yeah. Is this being broadcast anywhere? Like, is it online? Is streaming? Where to? Okay. Wonderful. You know, I shouldn't be staring at Telegram. Yes, Loyal Otter. Yep. I finished preparing it. I haven't finished preparing it yet. So par for the course for ADHD. Should I be off stage or?
No, I'll get a couple announcements first,
Yep.
and then introduce you. And
Perfect.
if you need anything, I will be right in the front row.
Okay.
Right to the side. And at the end, when we do questions, if you want to do questions,
Yeah.
I'll run around.
Totally good on those. Okay. Oh, I'll be actually giving a bit of an intro on myself as well, so don't need to say too much. Gin and tonic slushies are horribly dangerous. Yeah, that looks great. No blinking. It actually is really. Oh, the cursor. Yeah. I didn't get it, but one of my coworkers got the shirts. I never finish any. Because that was what he was like. Aww. That totally won't work. Oh yeah. At Loyal Otter, LOYALOTTER. OTTER. That's my Twitter handle. Probably the best one to use. I could put. Should I even put that? Do I want to put my email address down? Sure. Next line. Is this able to do multiple fonts? No? Okay. Matthew at MATTHEW at Ottersoft, OTTERSOFT.ca. Perfect. You know what my favorite font is? Lowa D. Or Liwa something rather. Liwa. L-E-E or L-E-W. It's like one of the best fonts. Yep. I don't know why. It's just readable for me. Unless you think otherwise. Wonderful. Very good. Oh, like this mic here. And I can pull this out as well. Okay. So I'll use this most of the time, and then when we go to questions, I might do that.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Good to go?
Good to go.
Okay. Whoa, that's loud. So a couple announcements before we get started. So Voight Camp testing has extended hours today only. Tomorrow, no more. At registration, there are some Nalgene-style bottles from sponsor New Relic. The restaurant is still there and still running, so if you have not yet and are interested in partake in the wonderful food that they have. The speakers will be in Discord after the talk, so you can ask your questions, follow-up questions, or other things there. The dumpsters have labels on them. Put trash into the one that's not labeled and recycle into the one that is labeled recycle. Don't just assume based on the color what is what. There will be an additional Light Up Wings workshop for adults today, Saturday, at the hardware hacking stage in an hour at 6 o'clock. Registration still has shirts for sale, $20, mugs for sale, and they close at 6:30. They will not be open tomorrow, so this is your last chance to get shirts and mugs. Lost and Found will be moved to security, which is in the retreat house, once they do close. The ham radio exam is now... Can you still hear me? Oh, I thought I disappeared for a second. Ham radio exam is now 8 p.m. in the night market. Sunday shuttle hours will be 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. And the offsite parking shuttle closes when the reg closes at 6:30. So after 8 p.m., that shuttle will be by appointment only, using the number that you find at registration. With that, our next talk is from Loyal Otter, and he is going to talk quite a bit about hacking with ADHD, or ADHD with hacking. One of those two.
Yeah.
Your choice.
Yes.
Good luck.
So first off, I have a really bad time blindness. So is anybody paying attention to the time? Somebody? Okay, good. You're going to tell me if I'm going over or anything like that? Great. I'm Loyal Otter. I'm an absolute expert at ADHD. I have a lifetime of experience with it. I'm a high school dropout certified baker. I've done everything from install windows to install windows. I've been a glazer. I've been an IT. I used to be a professional fudge packer. Really, that was the best part of the entire job, being able to say that. I was a fabricator, dishwasher, electronics engineer, professional car hacker, FPGA engineer, which is where I'm at now. I'm working currently on the Canadarm3, destined for lunar orbit, Gateway, along with a couple other projects. Yeah, I am super proud of that job, and it's super fun. I've been a hardware hacker since probably 5 or 7. I was making my own cooking recipes since about 8. I was making robots since about the same time, though they started getting electronics at about 15. And what I'm going to start off with is actually an adult self-test. It's unofficial. During this test, you'll be asked to keep your own score, giving yourself 1 point for every time you say yes or agree with it. If you think that's too much work, give yourself a point. The more points you have, the more likely you have ADHD. Of course, this isn't a proper medical diagnosis. It's designed for hackers who may wonder if they have ADHD but aren't quite sure. And of course, those of us who already know that we have ADHD and love to see all the ways that it kind of messes with us. If you missed what I said, so plan on... let me try that again. If you missed what I just said and plan on giving yourself a point for everything I say, just because you think there's a prize at the end, give yourself a point. If you're going to give yourself 0 points just because you're not the boss of me, you might want to take a test for oppositional defiance disorder. You can track your score with a pen and paper. If you instantly decide that's too much bother, I'll just remember, give yourself a point. Do you think I'm taking too long? Give yourself a point. Give yourself a point for every time you lose track of what I'm saying, and 100 bonus points if you actually go off and do something else partway through. One of the symptoms of ADHD is interrupting. If you tend to interrupt people, give yourself a point. If you don't interrupt people, but you get really enthusiastic and you just have to blurt something out or else you're totally going to miss it, give yourself 2 points, 1 for interrupting and 1 for poor self-assessment. Many ADHD people are not that good at self-assessment. So if you think you're really good at self-assessment, give yourself 2 points, because the people who rate themselves highly for self-assessment are actually the worst at self-assessment, which is why they assess their self-assessment skills so high. How many jobs have you had in the past 3 years? 1 point for each new job or contract, up to a maximum of 48 points. If you cut all the tags off your clothes because they drive you nuts, give yourself a point. When you find socks or underwear that don't bug you, do you buy a 10-year supply? 2 points, because the ADHD also is very heavily about sensory and emotional regulation. When I said emotional regulations, if you said, what? Oh my God, what? Give yourself a point and a chill pill. If you've ever been worth several $1 million and now live with your mom, give yourself 2 points. Have you ever thought about, if you've ever thought about robbing your bank rather than waiting 3 minutes for the old lady who's ahead of you at the ATM, give yourself a point. If you actually started going ahem, ahem to the old lady, give yourself another point. If you do a week's worth of food shopping in 7 minutes, give yourself a point. If it's all unhealthy stuff because you forgot the shopping list for that new healthy diet you were just about to start, give yourself 1 more. If you shop in the middle of the night because there's no lineup and it's quiet so you can do it faster, give yourself a point. If you pace while you're on the phone, give yourself a point. If you get up and pace during a meeting, give yourself a point. If you've walked away or paced during a wedding, give yourself a point. If it was your wedding, 2 points. If you would drive 300 miles out of your way to avoid a slowdown in traffic, give yourself 2 points. Do you feel that small talk is boring and you would just want people to get on with it? If you started fading, give yourself a point and a protein bar. We can be enthusiastic but have trouble sustaining interest, and protein actually helps. Are you no longer listening? Give yourself 2 points. Hey, 2 points. If you're still there but also started a cat video on your phone, give yourself 6 points and maybe buy a cat. Do you tend to say yes to every new idea or projects and realize you can't possibly fit it in and you feel bad and start saying, feel bad that you said yes and then hope that they forget? I am terrible at reading out loud. If you think you're a better driver when you speed, give yourself a point. If other people actually agree that you're better at driving when you speed, give yourself 3 points because we can hyper-focus with adrenaline. If you, in fact, are a cop, firefighter, military personnel, journalist, flight crew, inventor, salesperson, professional athlete, emergency responder, entertainer, stock market trader, or entrepreneur, 3 points. If you read the list of ADHD symptoms and thought, this is just normal, give yourself 5 points, maybe 6. If you've ever delved off yet another bonus software feature because you don't want to finish that pull request, give yourself 1 point for every time you've procrastinated on something of vital importance in the last hour. Does your to-do list include everyday items like brush your teeth and fold your laundry? Really important one. Do you avoid brushing your teeth because it's boring and also takes 2 minutes? Do you purchase more than 5 books on organizing, or have you? 5 books on procrastination. Bonus points if you haven't read them yet. Give yourself 1 point for every hobby you've picked up or business you've started in the last year, to the maximum of 30 points. If your microwave oven often contains forgotten coffees, snacks, or meals that you've been reheating, give yourself 2 points. If you often have 3 coffee, drinks, snacks, or chat windows going at the same time, 1 point. If you have 3 or more relationships going at the same time, 3 points. Does coffee or other stimulants calm you or make you everything easier to deal with? 50 points. Really big one. Do you drink more than 5 coffees or caffeinated sodas in one day? And yes, Mountain Dew has more caffeine than Coke. If you were like this your whole life, give yourself 3 points. If you were not like this, go back and ask somebody who might have known you back then. Remember that self-assessment thing. And if you didn't, you might want to check out depression, anxiety, thyroid problems. There's a whole bunch of things that mask as ADHD. If you smoke, do you hate smoking, but you're just too agitated without nicotine? Do you notice little things that everybody else misses? How about if you were asked something, can you immediately answer correctly where it was, even though you haven't looked at it in a week and you really didn't have any idea of even what it was before they asked? Have you tried using a soldering iron for 2 minutes without turning it on due to not paying attention because you were distracted by something else going on or the stuff going through your head? Give yourself a point for every report card that you say you're smart, but you need to try harder. Yeah, that's there's so many of those red flag ones in there. Do you hate haircuts because you have to sit there for 20 minutes and then the hairs hitting your neck feel like rusty nails? Yeah. Do you start with things with enthusiasm and good intentions, and then it's and there's a problem, and you got to discuss it? Oh, look, Are you an impulsive shopper, impulsive eater, impulsive speaker, impulsive flirter? Do you tend to overdo things and end up burned out or physically injured? Easily upset but quickly passes. Big issue for ADHD, actually. It's emotional regulation is all over the place. Can go both ways. You can either lose it instantly or then have it hyper-focus for like weeks. Speaking of hyper-focus, do you find that paying attention to something so intensely that you forget to come up for air, or you get extremely hungry, or you have to, you realize that you have to go to the washroom when it's painful, or collapse? Despite this, for a few days a week, despite this, a few days or a week later, do you find that you can't pay attention to the same thing for even 5 minutes? Do you have dyslexia? Give yourself 1 point. Is the kitchen a complete mess after you've made 1 bowl of cereal? Do you find your clothes in the hamper because actually hanging them up is a lot of work? Never made your bed? Actually, on the clothes one, do you use a floor drobe? I probably don't need to explain that one. Great at figuring out a new project, then bored within 5 minutes of actually starting the work? Do you love new jobs, new hobbies, new romances, new everything? Has this led to a lot of impulsive purchases? Has this led to a lot of clutter? Do you find yourself starting another quick side project instead of just finishing the last 30 of them? Is your long-term memory actually just browser windows and tabs? I always forget about the bookmarks. They're terrible that way. Bonus points if you have tabs open that you have no idea what they are, but you're afraid of closing them because they are probably something critically important. Give yourself a point for every appointment or meeting that you've forgotten in the past week, or talk that you missed. Do people come to you for creative ideas? Give yourself a point. If you've never realized that's a strength and you assumed everybody can pour out one idea after another, give yourself 3 points. If you have 24 solutions to a problem before the person asking has even finished their first sentence, 5 points. If you dismiss other people's ideas because you've already thought of them, worked out the problems, and then dismissed them, huge problem, 5 more points. If you need to solve everybody else's problems, even if they don't want it solved, 2 points. If you get emotionally fixated on something and absolutely must solve it before you sleep or anything else, if you can hide that you don't know the skill by picking up details of what's being said around you or faking it, yes, this is pretty common. By the way, it's not actually faking it or imposter syndrome. That's how everybody else understands stuff too. We're just eerily fast. Do you find that every task you take, from tidying the kitchen to finishing a report, takes way longer than you guessed and way longer than everybody else? I'm sorry, I'm just going to skip a few. Yeah. Okay, a whole bunch. You know, I might have probably gone through this before and maybe timed it because, oh God, how many pages is this? Okay, yeah. If you think you're just if you're thinking disorder, I'm just a chip off the old block and my parents were like this, give yourself 10 points because ADHD is highly heritable. Now, if you have a score of 100 or more, but still kind of doubt it, give yourself another, 500 points. Now, take your piece of paper, put it aside because you'll add it up later and you need a break. Don't worry, you'll find the paper later and while packing and heading home, and you have no idea what it is. That's pretty much what it is. A lot of this actually came from a presentation from Rick Green that can be found sort of online. Unfortunately, the video itself has been taken offline. bit of a shout out to him, though. He's done some good resources. Another great one for people is there's a set of videos from Chad, I think, the Canadian ADHD group, 30 Essential Ideas You Should Know About ADHD by Dr. Russell Barkley. It's a long set of videos, but the stuff that he covers is amazing. I don't totally agree with all of it. I feel that there's a lot more benefits to ADHD. Actually, that's one of the big things is how it helps with hacking. We have the ability to fan out really quickly over things. So if you're given a problem, you already have 12 solutions. Usually by the time the problem has been fully stated to you, you've already been working on it while they're talking. One of the other things we do is we live for chemicals. We live for all of that brain chemistry that we have so much a hard time getting. So things like the quick challenge and completion that you get through hacking, through development, it really promotes us to work more and harder on it. Another area would be is I haven't met a FPGA developer yet who is neurotypical. Almost all of them are ADHD, autism spectrum, or something else. It's just all over the place. Probably because it's such a parallel way of thinking. Well, ADHD. It's one of the reasons why games are also so addictive. Is that quick response and energy is great. Some coping things, some things that should help. One, medication. It's huge. It actually really does help most people. Not 100%. Doesn't always work for everybody. No drug is perfect for everybody. Without that, you actually still can get by as well. One of the biggest ones is sleep hygiene. It's one of the hardest things, but it's also beneficial. Exercise, good diet, really big things as well. And yeah, those are extremely difficult. So one of the other things is externalize what you can't do internally. I have troubles with time. I externalized, made sure that somebody was paying attention to it for me. I usually have a watch that buzzes every half an hour to punctuate the day, allowing me to sort of keep my state. Write things down. Our memory is really we have problems with memory usually. So writing things down helps. Even if you don't remember to look at it, even writing it down can transfer it to long-term memory. Hacking, IT, many forms of development are ideal places for people with ADHD. The challenges are directly in front of you and now. Oh, that's actually a big one, is ADHD only has 2 times, now and not now. There's no next week, that's not now. Oh, it's an emergency, that's now. The game-like rewards of a lot of the jobs like hacking and IT are enough to still keep that driving force. There's challenge and intensity in everything, in things that are immediate. We're masters of problem solving. And that's actually all that I have done. Well, there's 4 pages more, but I think I better call it. Thank you. Actually, one last thing is this is my first actual public talk since that I prepared and not really prepared. So I'm glad that I could make it through it.
Any questions?
Are there any questions? No. I can keep going about this stuff for another half an hour.
I had one, but I forgot.
Oh.
Raise your hand if you don't think you have ADHD.
Well, thank you very much. That was very reflective for many of us, I think. So congratulations. Excellent. Oh, we got a question.
Yeah.
So I qualified for all of that. Been diagnosed since I was like 9 years old, very new. There's been some recent research. I don't know if you know about, but that basically says like ADHD is just a symptom of having a very low baseline dopamine level. It's basically a lack of dopamine that your body naturally generates. And you were talking about tips to help, and a lot of those things you were talking about help increase that baseline dopamine, exercise, things like that. Have you tried any methods or found any methods that help increase your, like, baseline, other than obviously medicines? or drugs? Because I found those helped me a lot.
The biggest one is sleep. It's amazing. And all of my life, actually, this is one of those things. I'm on 2 medications, Adderall, which of course is pretty obvious, and Intuniv. And Intuniv has helped me get sleepy in the evenings and wake up in the morning. And it's really weird because I've never had this in my life and I didn't realize this was normal. So, yeah, sleeping. Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, it never works on me. One of those big ones is get some exercise before you go to bed, probably a few hours before. Get yourself good and warmed up, and then cool off for a little bit before sleep. The exercise really does help get yourself prepared for sleep. Outside of that, there are some foods that can help with that as well, but I don't remember offhand what they are at all.
So,
yeah.
So one thing that I've learned and research supports with this is that sleep isn't sleep, right? Sleep has many phases. We're all relatively familiar with that. And one of those phases is deep sleep. And deep sleep is not easy to get when you are inconsistent with your sleep. That's me. And the more inconsistent you are, the less of your deep sleep you get. And deep sleep is the state where you are going to get the most restorative restoration for things like ADHD, in my case, Tourette syndrome, folks with autism, etc. For a lot of these things, it's also where your body's going to do the best rebuilding it can do. So deep sleep, if you can get to that point and get that consistency, that's going to be the most important part.
And some external things on that too. You sleep best when it's dark. I actually used to be fearful of dark. I was very afraid of the dark, and I actually weaned myself off that. I taught myself over a long period to lower my light levels. Now I have a pitch black room where I can have it, and it has helped. And also low noise. It's kind of a hard one as well. Unfortunately, that often you don't have a choice over.
Yeah, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I have friends who have been diagnosed with ADHD, and I can commiserate, and I'm like, oh, I feel sort of that way, but maybe the depth of how you feel it is different than what I have in my head. Certainly for your survey, like there's things that don't tag for me, but they, because they've been formally diagnosed, they have medication, and the way they describe it, I asked them this question I'm going to ask you sort of, is I've had people tell me like, oh, those things, if you're not ADHD, it's like almost like recreational drugs. And for them, it's like, well, now I can like do my job and like stay focused and do what the boss tells me, and I feel great. And like, do you have that sort of 180 change of like when you remember to do it, you're more functional or you feel better or whatever?
There was a really good quote of a college student who said everybody had to pitch in $20 to get Adderall, and they all got together, and this guy got his Adderall, and everybody else is flipping out. It is just, it is a drug. It is speed. It's totally speed. And then here he was, surrounded by all of this, completely chill, more calm than he had ever been. And he realized, okay, I just paid $20 to realize that I have ADHD. It's amazingly cheap. With caffeine, with coffee, I actually calm whenever I have it. It may even let me sleep, though that's a bit touchy. I guess the best way to describe it is sort of when you're driving. Most people have this view right in front of them. They can pay attention to all the vehicles. And without looking to the side, when I'm unmedicated, I have a jumble of things. I have a lot of stuff everywhere, and I have troubles paying attention to it. I can track the stuff ahead of me, though. If I am on a clear day, I can track things out to the sides. If I'm on a really clear day, I can track what's in the left-hand mirror. while looking straight forward. If I'm medicated, it all of a sudden is already broader. And then on a clear day, I can totally tell what vehicles are in the rear view mirror without looking to the side. This one, on a really clear day, I can even see out the right mirror. It's like ADHD is you're being bombarded by so much at once. I have all of my peripherals always hitting me. I have every conversation in the area. I hear the generator over there without any trouble, and the vehicle, think a vehicle over there. And I have to process all of that. With stimulants, your processing ability increases, and all of a sudden, all of that becomes easier. And it calms you. It's not for everybody, though. It really is a hit or miss thing. And if you are comorbid with other stuff like ADHD and autism, I can't go above 5 milligrams of Adderall because it's too much for me. I'm very sensitive. And 5 milligrams is a child's dose. So.
Thank you very, very much. That was awesome. The conversation can continue in Discord if you have questions, but we've got a minute or two to switch over before our next talk on modular synthesis with Eurorack. So hold tight.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I can work with this. All right. Oh, okay. I'm good.
Okay, so the same announcements you heard before. I'll go through them quick once I get them on my screen. Everybody ready? Listen carefully. Boy Camp testing. Extended hours today only. Bottles at registration. New Relic sponsor. Restaurant. Speakers and Discord after talk. Please check in written labels on dumpsters, recycling, trash. Finding PFAS, blah, 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 blah. Different colors are different from what you're used to. Additional Light Up Light Wings workshop today in the hardware hacking stage at 6 p.m. Shirts are sale, $20. Mugs, $20 at registration till 6:30. Lost and found will move to security once registration closes. Ham radio exam is now 8 p.m. in the night market. Sunday shuttle hours are 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. And off-site parking shuttle ends shuts when registration closes at 6:30. After 8 p.m., the shuttle will be by appointment only using phone number found at registration. And with that, we have Aaron with modular synthesis with Eurorack. Go for it.
Hey, everybody. I'm Aaron. I have way too much bullshit, and that last talk was way too relatable. So this is modular synthesis with Eurorack 102. If you're lucky, you went to Echo's talk earlier in the week. I'm kind of giving you some of the background and some theory of how Eurorack works, and this is going to be kind of a demonstration. So quick intro to Eurorack if you missed Echo's talk. Modular synthesizers, they're instruments that are built by musicians by choosing different modules and connecting different modules. It kind of is like the Unix philosophy for music. Each one of these modules is an individual tool that does one thing and does it really well. And by connecting them together, you think of it like piping data from one program to the next. You can kind of, do what you want to do. Couple different types of modules, real quick. Some of them produce sounds, some of them alter the sounds that pass through them. Another thing that's really important in modular synthesis is what we call modulation. It's control signals that can automatically change another parameter rather than you wiggling a knob by yourself. You use control voltage to do that. One cool thing about Eurorack is it's all voltage. Everything that talks to everything else is analog, even if internally they're digital. So you can plug, these days you can plug pretty much any output into any input. In the early days of Eurorack, sometimes you couldn't because there wasn't a lot of electronical engineering rigor at the time. But these days you can pretty much plug anything into anything. And where'd my webcam go? That's gonna be a problem in a minute. Okay, let me fix my webcam here if I can. Okay, so basically the way this talk is going to work is I'm going to walk you through building what we call an East Coast voice or subtractive synthesis voice. This is kind of the style of a synthesizer that was invented by Dr. Bob Moog. Yes, it's pronounced Moog, and it's kind of one of the basic ways that people build synthesizers. So we start off with the oscillator. Oscillator is kind of the basic building block of a voice. An oscillator produces waveforms in different wave shapes, control voltage coming into the oscillator can control several different parameters of it. So in this rack, this is the oscillator here, the Hysteria Performance VCO, and I'll just plug from the output into this mixer input, and there you go. You've got basic sound coming out. And like I said, there are different parameters you can control. One of them, the shape of the wave, which will kind of change some of the timbre of it. The width of the wave, And like I said, so you can control these things by changing them with your fingers to the knob, or you can use modulation. So I have this module over here called Pam's New Workout, which produces just a lot of different modulation outputs, and you can define what they are. I'm going to plug in to number 4 over here, which is what we call a low frequency oscillator. It's just an oscillator that goes up and down, but it does it way slower than audio rates. Take the LFO out, and I can plug it into, say, this input, and we're controlling the volume. We're controlling the frequency. It's obviously not all that musical. You can plug it into a couple other things, like the shape of the wave. You can kind of hear it like phase through the different wave shapes, or pulse width. Alright, I'm going to turn this off for a second because it'll just make annoying noises forever. Ask my wife. Real quick physics lesson, in case you've forgotten your Fourier analysis. Basically, any wave shape is built up of can be built up of a series of sine waves. For example, a square wave is built of like a sine wave at what we call the fundamental frequency. So if it's a 50 hertz sine wave, it's a 50 hertz, square wave. There's a 50 hertz sine wave, and then harmonics, the 100 hertz, 200 hertz, etc. at different at different amplitudes. So see if we can show kind of what that looks like with the oscilloscope and frequency analyzer. So if you're looking at different waves, I'm going to turn that up a bit. Normalize that. Your sine wave, this is not a very good sine wave, which is why you have all these additional harmonics after the fundamental, but it's still, as you can see, like a pretty clean wave, not a lot going on. You start to look at the different shapes, and things get real interesting real fast. Lots of harmonics. Subtractive synthesis is all about starting with a waveform that has a lot of harmonics and a lot of different information, and then pulling that information out selectively. This is more or less change the tune here. More or less a saw wave here, and that's a wave shape that synthesizers use a lot because it has a lot of harmonic information in it. Okay, that was a brief detour into harmonics. I'll put this back on top here. Okay, so we have a wave shape, a lot of harmonics in it. It's making a lot of noise, and then basically the first thing that we'll usually do is take that and we'll put it into a filter. And a filter is just a module that has a set frequency, what we call the cutoff, and then past that cutoff, it rolls off the harmonics. And actually, I'll bring back the frequency analyzer. You can kind of see what that looks like. So, as I'm turning down the filter frequency, you can see the harmonics start to roll off. Bring them back in. One common thing a lot of filters have is what's called resonance. Resonance will emphasize some of the frequencies right around the cutoff point. So you can kind of see that come in, and you start to get these, really funky wave shapes and this really these really cool extra sounds. A lot of filters, if you turn the resonance all the way up, they'll actually just self-oscillate, act as sine wave oscillators. So that's kind of like your filter and what it does. Similar to everything else, we can apply modulation to this. So I'm going to take that same LFO we had earlier and and modulate the cutoff frequency, and you can hear it do stuff like that. Okay, so we've made a lot of noises, but it hasn't been super musical yet. So how do we fix that? First thing we do is we talked a little bit about how you can use modulation to change the frequency of your oscillator. But it was, it just kind of went up and down. It wasn't very musical. So one convention that we have in Eurorack is called volt per octave, where a lot of things that produce noise will take in a signal that, if 0 volts is middle C, then 1 volt exactly will be 1 octave above middle C. One kind of interesting thing is that there's no like absolute base for that. It's all relative from where you start, which is kind of a weird thing about Eurorack. You'd think like, oh, this is all electronics and computers, so you don't have to tune your instrument like a guitar. You actually end up tuning these a lot more than a guitar. They go out of tune real easily if it's too hot or too cold. Especially some of the older analog electronics are really sensitive. And it can be a problem because I got into synthesizers because I don't, practice guitar or piano enough to be a real musician. So it's not easy for me to tune things. But anyways, volt per octave. So we have over here a keyboard that actually produces volt per octave, and that has stopped working again. All right, so I'm going to see if I can get my my webcam to start again. No, of course not. Okay, so now we're plugged into a keyboard that's outputting voice per volt per octave, and so we can we can play notes. It still doesn't sound very musical. One thing that we notice is that it just has this kind of droning. It's going on and on. There's no start or stop to the sound. Okay, so what's the next next thing in the chain? That we use in what we call West Coast voice filter. Sorry. This is a filter we're using. The next thing is an envelope generator. Envelope generator takes an on-off signal and turns it into kind of this musically useful shape. If you ever hear the phrase ADSR, or you see a synthesis nerd wearing a T-shirt that has this shape on it, this is what it comes from. Envelope generator generally has 4 phases. There's the attack phase. You can think of that like when you first press a keyboard, a piano note. It'll come on really loud. Then it has a decay phase where it'll kind of drop down to the third phase, which is sustain, which is as you're holding down a piano note, it just kind of stays at a quieter level, and then the release when you let go of the piano note. In this case, okay, so and here are a couple of envelope generators. The one on the left is made by Dope Fur. It's kind of a classic ADSR envelope. The attack, decay, sustain, release. On the right is just a little guy. It's what I have in this case. It's only a 2-stage envelope. It only has the attack and then the decay. So there's no concept of holding down a note on that. So we're going to take a gate output from the keyboard, and gate is when you press the key, it goes on. When you let the key go up, it goes off. Plug that in there, and then we'll take press the button. Take the output from the envelope generator, and we're going to start to use this to control the filter level, and then we'll turn the filter way down. And all right, so we have something that sounds a lot more musical. It's a sound that actually comes on really bright. A lot of harmonics when you press the key, and then kind of rolls off, and that's generally how real instruments work. If you think about like when you strike a key on a piano, or if you pluck a string of guitar, you get a lot of harmonics, a lot of information in there, and then it ends up kind of just coming down to a sustained tone. But we still have a problem that, like, if we kind of have the initial level of our filter up because we want to have like a really bright sound, then then we're still hearing that sound all the time, always running in the background. Okay, so what's the next block in the chain? This can be a voltage controlled amplifier usually. Voltage controlled amplifier, really, really common, kind of what we call a utility in modular synthesizer. It basically takes an incoming signal and it either attenuates it or amplifies it. Usually actually attenuates it by an amount that you specify by a control voltage. So if you think about it, it's basically multiplying two signals together. How you have the signal that comes in, and your control voltage can say like multiply this by 100%, multiply it by 50%. It's a common saying in your rack that you can never have too many VCAs, because it's really useful for building up modulators that modulate other modulators that modulate other modulators. In this case, though, we're just going to use it kind of simply to amplify the voice. This is what we have for the VCA is a Intelligel quad VCA. Okay, so we're going to take this output from the filter, put it into the input of the VCA. We'll take the output of the VCA, plug it back into our mixer. A lot of VCAs will have what's called an initial level, so we can just we can turn it up, we can turn it down. It also has obviously voltage control. That makes it a voltage controlled amplifier. So we're gonna do one fancy thing. We have what's called a stackable cable here, which we can kind of just stack cables up on. We're gonna take our gate output and run it into first one envelope generator and then into another envelope generator. And then we're going to run that envelope generator out and into the VC control of this VCA. And okay, so there we go. We have an East Coast voice now. This is real quick. This is kind of a representation of what it looks like. Oftentimes, as you'd see in this diagram, you'd have multiple oscillators mixed together to provide even richer sounds. In this case, we just have the one oscillator that's controlled by the pitch, goes through a filter, and then goes through a VCA. Both of them are controlled by envelope generators, and basically we have an instrument here. It's not a super exciting instrument, especially because we have very simple envelopes. We have kind of very simple modules, and then we have a very simple player. Like I said, I've taken 2 years of piano lessons. If you take lessons, you really have to practice, and it really does work. And if you have ADHD, it's really hard to do it. So we're gonna step away from the East Coast real quick, and we're gonna fly over to Berlin. And we're gonna start looking at sequencers. Sequencers are what make Kraftwerk. Sequencer, basically they create loops of voltage. They can be used, and that voltage can control a lot of different things. You can use it to control like the cutoff of your filter. You can use it to control the shape of your waves, but often they're used to control pitches. And so this one we have set up, or we will have set up to control pitches. I don't even know where I unplugged that from. All right, so 1 second to find. I'm gonna plug this guy into our control, our master clock. Clock in. All right, and we're also going to, as a bonus, plug in that guy. Reset. Run. Okay, cool. And so now we're going to take the pitch information that we were getting from the keyboard. We'll get it from the sequencer. And the... Nope. Do that this way. And then the gate information that we were getting every time we pressed a keyboard key, we'll get that from the sequencer too. And there is... All right. Straight on that already. You can see right now, it's just kind of going down, going down the chain. All these sliders are slid to the bottom, but as soon as we move one, we start to get something a little more interesting. This is kind of a cool trick I found about synthesizers and sequencers, is that if you repeat basically any sequence of notes in a key, eventually your brain will believe that it's music. Like, okay, yeah, this is a pretty good groove. And then you start to play with things. Bring our filter down. A little bit of resonance. You can start playing with the, the parameters of your envelopes. Maybe make it really short and plucky, or you can control different things differently. So maybe make your decay of your VCA really long, but make your filter really short and plucky. There you go. And then you could also, bring some more modulation in. So our filter is currently being controlled by the envelope generator, but we can also give it something from this, something from the LFO. All right. Looks like I'm just about out of time. Like I said, I could do this for about ever. The next steps, the next steps. Some really, really simple things you can do. If you throw drums on the bottom of anything, it becomes dance music. Yep, I shouldn't have unplugged that one. Which one was I trying to unplug? Here. All right. Alrighty. So that's modular synthesis in a nutshell. How you build an East Coast voice, and then kind of where you can go from there. Next up, resources. YouTube is great. There are a couple of YouTubers I really like. Myler Melodies has a lot of great demos. Really great kind of philosophy of the way he puts stuff together. DivKid, LoopOp, which does not a lot of modular stuff, but I just like the way he explains synthesizers. A couple other things, Modular Grid, which is a great website to go to for kind of window shopping. It's basically the PC parts picker of the modular world. You can really easily in an afternoon plan out an $8,000 rack. If you don't want to spend $8,000, and I promise I haven't spent that much. Look into VCV Rack is a great open source modular, basically emulator. It actually has copies of a lot of the more popular modules. especially some of the digital modules that actually just have source code ports. And then Patchworks, which is a store in Seattle, if you're in the Seattle area, it's a great resource. I would definitely recommend going there. All right, and that's it. All right, any questions?
We got time for one, maybe. No? Okay.
Oh. Yeah, so this sequencer quantizes to, and quantization is basically, instead of outputting any random voltage, it forces it to be within a musical key. Yes, you can. So it has built in a lot of Western Western tuning systems and a couple of non-Western ones. I don't believe that you can. I don't believe that you can update them on this one, but there are a lot of sequencers that you can upload a file that specifies a tuning system.
Cool. Yeah, so we got to change over. Thank you very much. That was
right.
pretty awesome.
And next up, you're actually going to continue seeing Aaron on stage with me as we introduce the hackathon demos. Hooray. So if you're here for a demo, fantastic. If you're actually here for a demo and you have not seen me at some point to be on a spreadsheet that I have in this laptop, come see me now and I will get you on that list. Otherwise, I will probably just start calling people at random that are on the list. You can absolutely be removed from the list. Actually, that's a great question. If you're on the list, you know you're on the list and you don't want to be called out in front of the entire dome, we can totally remove you from the list. And we will start demos in 3 or 4 minutes. Hello. So glad to have you here for the Stupid Shit No One Needs and Terrible Ideas Hackathon. The third, I can't even say biannual, the third, like sometimes it happens, of this. So delighted to have you here. We've got, I think, 5 folks who've submitted talks, or who have submitted ideas. If there is anyone here who has something they would like to demo and is not on my spreadsheet, now is the time to like wave your arms super big. Otherwise, come back in 2 years. If you have something that you would like to plug in, we can totally do that. We can do that when you get up here. Is there, oh no, I'm not going to be able to tab over to my spreadsheet. You'll see my spreadsheet. It's not a very good spreadsheet. It's just a list. Is there anyone who would like to go first? Someone who self-identifies as a first-going person? You are the first person I see out of the corner of my eye. Would you like to avail yourself of our audiovisual capabilities, or do you just want to holler into a mic? I am super into that. What's your name? Yowza.
Hi, I'm Yao. My first night here, I noticed that my friends, they were camping and they all had mosquito bites, and I felt really left out. And I know this might be, maybe it's a replicant, non-replicant issue, but I think it's just a person issue. And so my idea was a mosquito attractant. And so that's what I did. Now, it doesn't look pretty, but this is like a prototype. I took like I took some oil and I added a proprietary ingredient to it. Can't share that yet with you guys. I can't say. But I tested it on myself. I basically, it's like a little roller ball type of thing, and I tested it on myself. So I really just didn't want to feel left out with all my friends, and I tried it on one arm, and I bet you can guess which arm. So, and it worked.
There you go. Do not borrow the properly labeled.
So I tried it on one arm, and it worked, and that is my Stupid Shit No One Needs and Bad Ideas Hackathon. And it was honestly the worst idea I came up with in the 2 minutes after this this hackathon was announced. So thank you. Do I have any questions? Yes. Not yet, but that's a really good idea, and I might steal that. You? Well, we don't have it in spray yet, but that is a really good idea, and unfortunately, mischievous good idea, but, we're going for the bad idea. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, I guess on to the next person. And here you go.
Before you go, I think we
pass it off. That was pretty good. So we're going to give you the Thanks But No Thanks Award. And here's $20 billion in seed funding.
in seed. No, that's not seed funding. That's hush money.
Is that just to keep
which
her to
is
stray away from us?
yes.
I
that
just
is-
wish it was in
That actually smells
Canadian tire butts. I need more of those Canadian tire butts.
That means you won
It
that
means you
award.
have won that for certain definitions of that. There will be additional winning to get.
Label maker, and we're making these up as we go. We also
No
only
one
have
tell her.
So many trophies, so there's an advantage to going earlier in the
Yeah. All right, there we go. We have an enthusiastic volunteer. Yeah. Do you have anything that would like to be plugged into audiovisual, or do you just want to yell into a microphone? You can hold the microphone instead.
I made a one thing that I'd like to show you. And I'm Theophon, and this is Stefan. I'm the real one, and he's a replicant, or the other way around, or both of us are replicants, or both of us are real. I don't know. So I made this program, and it makes on Python my first program, and it says in a loop, "Hello world," waits 3 seconds, then it says "bye world," then it waits 3 seconds, then makes a smiley face and waits 3 seconds. It does that 10 times, and then it says toorcamp in and a whole bunch of exclamation marks. Yay, and that's how it works. I also made a fan at toorcamp, and it's a pretty stupid idea because at that time I wanted to make something, but I didn't know what. And then I saw fans, and I just thought of making one. And it barely does anything. Yeah, it was pretty stupid.
Okay, so you made a fan thing, and you made a fan thing that glows? Why doesn't your fan thing glow?
Because he built it in 2 days, and I built it in 1.
Good fast
But whose idea was it?
Mine.
So maybe I'm the replicant. It was your idea, but he executed faster?
No, I executed.
Your idea and you were slower.
First
Yeah.
to market.
I see. We are. Take this back for a moment. We are working on your award. We seem to have had
Technical difficulties, but I was smart.
technical difficulties with our labeling machine, which is not currently printing the letter K, which I think Yowza might have noticed for the Thanj but no Thanj award.
It's just impossible to type the letter K.
This is a new problem.
Okay.
It wasn't. I tried really hard. I tried all the letters around K.
And this, I think, is printed in wire style. Okay, there's 2 of them, so I think that.
Oh.
Win trophies.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to give them good.
Is it good? Very good. Thank you so much.
It's good at being bad.
It has been effective.
Good. Either of you can take it, but
It would be a secondary good. Oh, no. The goods are over here. A wide variety of good.
this one says good on it twice, so it's twice as good. That's what you get for being first to market. The second mover has a second mover advantage. Plus the program that nobody needs. Okay.
Goodness and gracious.
And before you, some.
So good.
No,
No, no, you're.
Some seed funding for you, and some seed funding for you. That's $20 billion each.
It's a real medium as far as I'm concerned.
Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. It's a real bank. Maybe.
Was a real bank, maybe. Who'd like to go next? All right. We'll do you after, but yes, please. Would you like AV? Delightful.
You had USB. Oh, you have one of those.
Certainly. Let me just get this whole mess off the podium. Oh no! Oh
Our
no!
awards, our precious awards.
It's the Golden That Thing Award.
Excuse me, sorry.
If you take this microphone out of my hand, you can speak into it.
Test. Now we get to see hot plugging should work. It should. I can also.
1080p. Did you try the other port? You tried both ports.
It used to work.
Sounds like a perfect candidate.
Do you want to have another person go while we're figuring this out? Or?
If there is an entrant who does not require AV and would like this frame director,
Yes.
It has to be 1080p.
Who are you looking at?
It has to be 1080p. There we go.
There we go.
All right. So that is. Oh, I don't have mirroring, so I'll just work off of that. Okay, so when me and my friends, when we started brainstorming for the stupid shit no one needs and bad ideas, me and my friends Danielle and Anthony, who could not make it. I am Sophie. Thank you. I do not know. Possibly making light up wings. They are not. That. So be it. Sounds good. Okay. Okay, so we were talking about stupid shit no one needs and bad ideas, and of course the conversation immediately went to NFTs. So of course NFTs have a lot of problems, and we thought, well, NFTs work on the blockchain, and what's like a blockchain? Well, version control, like Git. And so what I have built is a NFT platform on top of Git and GitHub. Now, I will. The problem is, of course, that this is actually arguably better than actual NFTs. So I'm not. Hopefully, that doesn't disqualify me. But yeah. So the idea is, there's a Git repo, and you have directories, and in each the repo is NFF, non-fungible files. In each directory, you have files. This is the GPG key fingerprint or whatever of the public key of a user, and these are the files they currently own. And so what you can do, we will see if this actually works. It's not particularly well tested. Okay, so this is one user. I'm going to in this is this user's directory. So okay, sorry. Okay, something's being weird. There we go. Okay, so this user has two files. So if we simply move this file to from foo to this other user, and now we okay, so now that's moved. Now we push it. Yes, sorry. No, maybe. Normally works. Okay, well, it doesn't. The point is I moved a file from one directory to another, and then back in GitHub, I make a pull request. I open it, and it will automatically verify. It will automatically verify that the correct signing keys all work. This is all set up. It all works. If I tried to move a different file to a different, like a thing I do not currently own, oh, yeah, it doesn't. It's broken because something's broken. Maybe I did the wrong thing. I don't know. But the point is, it doesn't allow you to do things you're not supposed to. And in some cases, it does allow you to move them. And you can own files and move them around depending on GPG keys. And honestly, it works better than real NFTs because it's extremely efficient and just as cryptographically secure.
Before we address the idea itself, who asked for it to be zoomed in? Okay, I have quick label for you. It says bad eyesight, except for it actually says bad eye suit. So there you go. Quick award for you. Okay. Maybe I should take the award back now. It starts to feel kind of mean. So Jeremy back there, that's the guy you want to talk to. He has an actual blockchain startup. Who here has a blockchain startup? Raise your hand if you have a blockchain startup. Yeah, everybody's on the blockchain. He can probably use you. In the meantime, until you get your equity deal from him, we will start you off with 20 billion Zimbabwe dollars in seed funding. And this is the more useful than real NFTs award. And we're really proud of this one. This is the Golden This Thing Award. It does this. We think it might be an embosser, but it could be a hole punch. It can really be anything you want. Here's the Golden That Thing Award for being more useful than real NFTs. Oh, and I forgot. And then here are your 2 Bad Friends awards that you can take back to your bad friends. Oh yeah,
Also, the other thing didn't work for me, but mine did. If anyone else wants to use mine,
sounds good. We'll just. Who wants to plug stuff into stuff? Are you John? Those are the world's okayest programmers. They raise their hands first. Who's John? Do we have John? Can we do we need to set up a search party for John? Has anybody seen anybody named John? You can. Do you have a bad idea? I mean, you've been volunteered to work back there the whole con, so that's kind of a bad idea. Do you have HDMI? He has a dongle. There are children here, sir.
I thought this was a safe place for me to take out my dongle.
You know, I'm just going to have to write dongle into the label maker and put like 4 copies on things. I think I actually have O's. I'm going to try. Oh, I have your microphone. Okay. He hasn't plugged in yet, so I can keep talking. How's everyone enjoying tour camp? How about that Millie Ways keeping us all fed? Who's been listening to 95.3 The Lowell? They are proudly broadcasting with 70 watts. They're not allowed to do that. I can't, no one can do that math. It turns out, yeah, I learned this weekend that the FCC has actually been like shutting down their listening stations because of lack of funding. So if you want to start up a pirate radio station, now is really the time for you. Okay, I'm turning it over to the world's okayest programmers.
Oh yeah, we may have misunderstood the assignment. Hi, my name is Blake. This is Josh, and we are the world's okayest programmers. So in my opinion, an important part of any kind of hackathon project is making sure that you have an idea to address a really important problem, especially one that's personal to you. And I'm a graduate student. Part of my job as a graduate student is I teach freshmen. The very first class that they take a lot of the times is with me. And trying to help freshmen compile C programs is the worst. The C build system is only half of the problem, but it's a big half of that problem. So we thought that what we should do is make a tool that helps address the problem of freshmen not being able to compile a lot of their programs. And really, our problem statement for this is how are we going to help my students navigate the extremely complex C build system and be able to test their programs while still being able to learn and understand what's happening. So we came up with a solution to that. Helpo World. Now, Helpo World is a very powerful and extensible framework that we've written, able to be used in a software as a service model, incorporating machine learning, blockchain, with security and privacy as a focus of all of the software that we work. It is built and ready for the cloud right out of the gate, and this revolutionary customer-focused technology is absolutely necessary in the modern classroom. We have a demo that is open source, and it is very easy to deploy as a microservice in existing architectures using Kubernetes or Docker Compose or whatever else your ecosystem happens to use. And it has capabilities for hyper-personalized, big data-based customization to make sure that the users get the best service possible. If you'd like, during the course of this presentation, we actually currently have it running in a cloud instance. If you'd like, you can netcat right now to hackers.best, port 9000, and you can follow along with the program as we go ahead and give this talk. And the source code is available at this GitHub repo here. Oh. Well, I'm about to netcat to it live. Well, I hope it. All right. Well, I already had hackers.best. So speaking of hackers.best, let's go ahead and connect to it.
Zoom in. Enhance. Bigger.
I don't know how well it's going to play if I go any bigger.
I would like it faster, please.
Where's the best you're going to get? All right, so let me go ahead and demo how our framework works. We go ahead and we take all of the guesswork, all of the fiddly commands, all of the movement required out of the equation. It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, we build our hello world. Who should we say hello to?
Mr. Rogers.
Then let's go ahead and do Mr. Rogers. Sorry, he was faster. We can see that the C code was successfully generated. Let us compile our C code. And here's an important step. Freshmen really struggle with compiler command line options. So I just went ahead and made a menu for them. And they can decide for each option. And most importantly, if they don't understand any of these options, instead of coming to me and bothering me, there's a built-in help menu that any of them can access at any point in time. Oh, very, very, very in-depth help right here. Cloud Instance kind of screwy with this particular style, but it works. All the text is there. Unfortunately, haven't fully implemented that compiler framework yet. We're still waiting for a little more seed funding. And once the freshman has compiled their program successfully, I find that, the within the first couple weeks of freshman classes, people really haven't spent enough time doing x86 assembly yet. So we went ahead, we built that into the program too. Unfortunately, gets a little cut off because we are quite zoomed in so that people can see. That's as zoomed out as you're getting for now. And we made sure to leave it in this syntax here so that they really understand what not to do when they start taking the better classes. We also went ahead and implemented debugging capabilities so that someone finally teaches them how to use a debugger, because no one else is going to do it. Dude.
Hey man, I'm just doing the best I can.
Never mind. And I also find that not enough people are capable of just looking at hex dumps and reverse engineering code by just figuring out the opcodes and going from there. So fortunately, we've enabled additional debugging capabilities so that the freshmen can understand what is actually happening with their programs. Thank you. Thank you. And of course, they've written a hello world. They should need to be able to run their hello world. And we've also got big data capabilities. Dude!
You gotta be more specific.
That's not big data! Never mind. But we've had some customer feedback already. Some phenomenal testimonials from people that have been using our tool. This is the best thing I've ever heard of. I wish they had it for me in undergrad. Well, we've got it for them now. Using this tool really helped me understand what that professor was lecturing about. And that's what's really most important. So we have some additional features that we're building into the development roadmap. Doesn't really work well for anything not x86 yet, but that's important that people can learn how to operate things on RISC-V and ARM and other important architectures, but not MIPS. Never MIPS. And we're trying to go ahead and implement some privacy-respecting data mining so that we can go ahead and set up our company with some alternative income streams. It's expensive to run a cloud service like this. And we have some blockchain-enabled Web 3.0 special sauce. But we're not putting it in the live demo because then we'd give away our secret. And, how else are we going to get purchased by a blockchain startup that's trying to implement our technology? If you'd like to contribute, you can make Help a World better by becoming one of our very first investors. I assure you, together, we can change the world. And we are so confident in the security of our program that is available on a cloud server on the internet that we have gone ahead and implemented a very generous bug bounty program. The cloud instance will only be up for about 30, 45 minutes. But if you happen to find a bug, not that you're going to, no way you can. Oh, well, if you'd like to go ahead and send proof that you found a bug to either my email address, bj@hackers.best, me, Fruit Salad in the Discord, or Nightjump on Discord, we'll go ahead and we'll get you credited with that bug bounty. That if you find a security exploit.
That's a feature.
Yeah, you hadn't compiled it yet. Of course it's not there.
This is a very complicated thing. Oh, there's a gravy bowl? Oh, do you guys like that joke? Yeah. Okay. The Gravy Train Award. I mean, you gotta take that then. It'll only take a second. Or is it the Groovy Train?
Oh, hackers.best, port 9000. That's a security bug. Well, that's some more of the special sauce. If you'd like to go ahead and look at our very complex heuristics algorithms, they're available on the GitHub. No. I am a proud teaching assistant at Florida Institute of Technology. They really don't. They do now, though.
This is the Gravy Crown Award, but because it was a medium pond, that goes on the inside. A couple codicils on here. Too close to actually useful. And did not pay for stock for codicils. So with 20 billion in seed funding, here is the Gravy Crown Award.
Thank you very much.
Can't let him keep the mic. All right, get off my stage. I got off the stage in like 30 seconds. I had almost no trouble taking all of my enormous pile of bullshit and putting it over there. No John with an H. Any Johns with H? Okay. Is he the last person? Because if so, we have 2 trophies left. We have 2 trophies left. So either one of you out there has to come up with a bad idea. All right. You can go next and be our closer. I believe in you. This better be good. All right. Welcoming to the stage. What? Okay.
All right, I was told this was a stupid idea competition, so I'm going to talk about a really stupid idea. How many people here have written software? Great, that really helps this talk. How many people have edited a Word document, used Gmail, used anything that gives you suggestions about what phrase you would like to type next? And you push the button to say, yes, I'm going to accept this suggestion. The result of which is that you write an email or a document that contains nothing whatsoever that you meant to say. You have only said the average thing that the last million people who wrote an email said, which is like, I will ping you in the morning, or let's do lunch, or something like that. So here's a genius idea. Let's imagine that we apply this to programming languages. Let's imagine that we study all of the programming languages out there and all of the code, and that we make a suggestion system that says, you appear to be attempting to write a buggy bubble sort. Let's fill in this template. I wouldn't dream of doing this, certainly not if I were like Microsoft or GitHub or Visual Code or anybody like this, right? So let's talk about 3 problems with this idea. And I said this was going to be a stupid idea. I'm giving you a stupid idea. The reason this one is really stupid is that millions and millions of dollars have been poured into it, which I think distinguishes this from the other stupid ideas posted so far. So 3 reasons why this is... I am not legally allowed to comment on my relationship with any idea given on this stage. but I will actually give you deeper insight into compilers and languages and semantics on request. Okay, so 3 reasons why this is an interesting idea. Number 1, if the code's that common, it should be in the standard library anyway. You should not be writing it. Number 2, and this is the sort of the interesting one. If you think about what a computer compiler does, A compiler's job is to tell you whether your code has a bug in it. Now, if either you're writing in Perl or all programs are otherwise valid or can be made valid, your compiler can never detect an error. So the upshot of having predictive text in emails or predictive programming in your editor is that no compiler can ever detect an error ever again, because everything that you type is always made into a valid program by the system. So one of the things that we learn about programming languages is that unless 99% of the possible programs are invalid, you have an unusable programming language. So that's why predictive programming languages and predictive text editors are an absolutely genius idea, and I hereby submit them for your consideration. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
That was too hard to understand.
That was relatively complicated. No, it was not that complicated, but I think we are awarding you the Shufty as fuck award, the Shufty AF award, which is sort of a murdering sort of pineapple. It's very heavy. We do trust you.
Yeah, I'll take a question. This is very... all of my talks are semi-serious and semi-trollish, and that's just the way of it. And this one is semi-serious and semi-trollish because I was actually invited to do this talk as a 20-minute slot by one of the large organizations that was promoting this very technology, and they put me in the keynote, and of course I gave this talk, which meant that I did not get invited back. But such is the way it goes. So yes, I've had many, many co-pilots. This is technically a 2-minute version of a PhD level 1 hour talk, which goes into everything like the very, very depths of information theory. But sometimes it's a good idea to realize why things that are very fashionable are actually phenomenally bad ideas. It's a stupid idea, don't do it. First paragraph of Ecclesiastes, not only that, but it's also been done before. Thank you.
We're going to upgrade this award. You can stop moving. We're going to upgrade this award to the keynote award for being a keynote level talk. Only it says G note because the K's come out as J's. And your seed funding for not implementing that idea. Okay, I think we have one final entrant unless a John has appeared. A John without an H? I would take a John with an H. It's shocking that there's no one here named John. It's close. Hazel and Iona? All right, Hazel and Iona. All right, which one of you feels like talking? Okay, it's her.
So at home, she made a mushroom house. It's just a house. That's a mushroom. That's all. It's a house. That's a mushroom. No, you cannot eat it. It is made out of paper, and the door doesn't even open. It is. And if you like touch it, it just falls over and breaks.
How do we know that?
Because she touched it. Well, she just noticed it was very flimsy, so like she thought if she touched it, it would fall over and break. You know. It was like made out of something like silk. Yeah. But it was not very strong at all.
No, I don't.
Yeah, it was like. Yes, it was made out of something like silk. Like it was something like silk, but it was basically like paper.
Something very delicate.
Yeah. Okay.
And there was no door.
No door. Actually, there was a door, but it just. There was a bunch of like spiders and pill bugs. And ew.
There was a door, but there were spiders and pill bugs.
Yeah, and crane flies. Ew.
How big was the mushroom?
Like about like kind of big, like as big as a tent. Whoa.
No, you.
It's just a big mushroom.
Tinier, but a kid could stand up in it. But it would probably you curl up in it with the pill bugs and crane flies. Well, you could be like kind of like you could like.
He could be like this.
Like that, or it could go like that. Okay. And
Okay.
you could sit down.
We have a question from the audience about the mushroom.
Yes.
I was like white and pink.
Okay. Okay. I think white and like red. I think white and red would be nice. Yes.
Yeah, but it was a very. You could barely see it. And it doesn't open. It's hard to see through.
Got it. Okay. Yes. Well, I guess she just wanted to live in a mushroom house.
Well, yeah, it's really dumb. It was in my backyard. It was supposed to be in a house, but my mom put it outside, and it got rained on. So
No, not at all. You should have put an umbrella over it.
I don't know. My mom was not thinking.
Yeah, you really would have.
Yeah.
Okay.
My mom was not smart enough to do that.
Okay. That's why I'm. Okay, great. Your mom is not in the audience. Okay. Dad, Jeremy the hacker with the sting. Jeremy the hacker. And a little Sebby back there I can hear, and a mom. That one is
Like I walked in there before.
yeah. She's just my friend, so we walked in here.
Super close to the dome.
Okay, this
Yeah, very complicated mushroom house.
very complicated project. Living in
Yep.
a mushroom.
It is not very stable. It's like.
There is a window. Okay.
Okay.
This is kind of a non-Euclidean.
Well.
sort of
Hello, Echo.
It's hard to lift up, but it falls over. It's like very light.
Thank you, Hazel. Okay. Okay, that was one of the most useless things I've ever heard of. So, we have actually several awards for this. You guys are gonna have to share the trophy, so you can eat, like, just mail it back and forth. I'm sure your parents will probably be fine paying for postage. I mean, you could parcel post would probably work. So in Portland, we could make a portal. You guys get on that. Okay, so this is the who doesn't want to live in a mushroom, but with the codicils that the door doesn't even open, and it is really dumb. Okay, one trophy. There's $40 billion in seed funding in there. So mail the trophy back and forth, and one seed funding for each of you. Okay, get off my stage. Off. This way. Stairs. Yep, or look, their knees still work. Isn't that adorable? Okay, I think that's it probably for the stupid hackathon. Letting the closing remarks start right on time as they do every year. You guys are ready with the presentation? Because we can stall a lot longer. They're not ready with the presentation.
Stall.
I was actually lying. We can't really stall.
I'm calling
that
you.
much.
Stall.
Okay.
You gotta stall now.
Microphone, your wife could stall. Is there anyone else who has a stupid idea you would like to share? Just maybe a 90-second idea, the very briefest of ideas. I don't think that we have any seed funding or trophies left, but if anyone has anything else they'd like to talk about, perhaps a poem you'd like to read or a song you'd like to sing, Yowza, we'd love to hear you again. And we will have closing remarks starting in about 5 minutes. Also, Aaron, can you pick all of this up?
I don't really have a name for it. It was one of the things I was tossing around when I heard about the hackathon. Well, I have a dog, and I love my dog. But something that I thought would be really stupid is it's a really bad idea.
This is a safe space for terrible ideas. The worst.
Well, I was thinking what would be a really, really, really bad idea. And I was thinking, if your dog likes to swim in the ocean, to make like a chum lotion for it. And then maybe you end up with like a 3-legged dog. So, and I thought that was really bad, but maybe very dog friendly.
You have a lot of bait forward ideas. Can you tell us more about that?
Pardon? And earlier I chose not to go with that idea because it was kind of creepy.
Not doing that was probably the Lord's work. We appreciate you.
Hikari has left the building.
Oh no, but if Hikari comes back, we can give the microphone away, which I think would be sort of a bonus for everyone present. We're so happy to be here in front of you with a microphone. We would be happy to not be in front of you with a microphone. That is something we would also choose on purpose.
We can get behind them with a microphone. We make spooky noises from behind the dome. Ooh, this is how we're stalling now. We're just gonna make spooky noises for a while. Ooh, oh yeah, I could actually get out my spooky noise machine, could I? All right, okay, I'm calling it. We're done. Super Hackathon out. Woo!
Thank you very much, Stupid Hackathon, and thank you for stalling even longer. We are still waiting for some of the crew to get up here to begin the closing ceremonies. So in the meantime, you can just, he was here, but the rest of them are not here yet. They're on the. You have. Is it stage appropriate? Okay. Do you need a microphone? Okay, there's one up there.
Hello. Please bring your laptop up. So, hello, Tour Camp. I'm Richard Johnson. I created the CTF this year, and we had a number. Thank you. And in a moment, I'm going to throw it up and show you a little bit of what the interface looks like. It actually had some games built into it, and it will still be online after camp if people want to check it out. And we did have prizes that were graciously donated this year by New Relic. And is Ben Greenberg here, actually? I believe our prizes are en route. We do have the winners selected. Who can I just get a raise of hands? Who did find the information for the CTF and checked it out? It was on the wiki and on the Discord. Okay, I know there was a good number of players, so that was great. I really appreciate you guys looking at it. I wrote from scratch and initially started writing it just in Bash and using like dialogue and whiptail to tie together this thing that looks like an old school retro BBS. And are we good for? Oh, I just need a terminal. And so I was inspired by my ill-spent youth as a wares kid, and then later on a security researcher and hacker. And so the game was modeled around kind of going through a series of stages that would simulate that type of experience. We got HDMI. Okay, perfect. So yeah, I'm gonna just show you a little bit of the arts, and well, hopefully the ANSI will render properly on this laptop. For those that did check it out, I know there was some issues with that. If anybody's ever tried to write term cap configurations in the Linux terminal, Can we just get some more volume on the mic? I'm speaking directly into the microphone. I have lost some of my voice. This week, just like everybody else. So the CTF itself was it's still accessible off camp internet. I run a BBS called Undercurrents.io, and so we're hosting it on Undercurrents SSH CTF. I will. Yeah, the BBS and CTF experience were brought to you by Bureaucracy, New Relic, and the wonderful people at Tour Camp. I'm working on it here. I don't Mac, so how do I zoom? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Okay, so on port, more. All right. Okay. So if you SSH to port 2222, CTF is the user, toorcamp is the password, and ANSI Arts is not displaying properly, but that's okay. So this, of course, this is Euphoria Cafe BBS that I've made, and if you log in here, I'm zooming it out just slightly, you can interface with it like you would have back in the day, logging into BBS style things. You can play local games. Now, we all know, this was a throwback to war games. Says, what are you trying to do? Start thermonuclear war. You can also play Diablo and Doom in here, text mode. These are roguelike versions of the games implemented by a guy named Slashy online. But all kinds of fun, even if you aren't playing the actual CTF challenge. And then, you navigate like you would in a roguelike. And then let me show you. Back to the BBS. Of course, in the olden days, we all used Telnet to go from host to host. And so you could try to connect to servers. And in the back end, I'm simulating these connections. And you go to the job board. And this is where you actually interact with the CTF challenge itself. The kiddie pool was a classic Telnet D login bypass vulnerability to get you into the game. And then you proceed through various levels doing things like disinfecting a broken ELF file that has a virus in it, or cracking encryption to work your way up the ranks. One of the missions was to our rival hacking gang, the Binary Warlocks, Mr. Skripnik, had hacked our courier drop boxes, and so we needed to go use a PHF exploit to take over some of the web servers. And then I won't leave the last two, or I won't give the last two challenges away. That's where the competitors got to. They passed the first couple of reverse engineering challenges, and then it went on to full-on remote code execution and SSH daemon. The goal there was to get everybody to hack like they're in the Matrix Revolutions. And if you all played the Bureaucracy game, you would have seen on one of the forums there was a clue to this, that what vulnerability did Trinity use to hack the power station in Matrix 2? For those of you that were around in 2001, might have been familiar with the very famous SSH exploit X2 and that vulnerability. So this BBS basically brought you to being able to write an exploit that could hack SSH in the wild back in 2001. So that was kind of the overall design. Did we get Ben Greenberg? Is he here? Oh, excellent. Wonderful. So, Ben, I don't know if you want to come up and hand out the prizes. I know we have some of the winners here. The top prize here is an Xbox and 3 sets of nice headphones. And yeah. Let's see. And the winners, I told you who's who. Let's see here. Who did I tell was the first place winner? Sorry, I have to look. Yeah. Hang on a second.
I just take it home if you can't figure it out.
No. I just talked to them. If I had just DM'd you and told you that you're placing, please come up here to the front and identify yourself. We have Blackato, We have, yes, third place is Ozzy Gazed on Discord. Who's Blocado? Blocado got, I believe, second place. Or I'm sorry, what was it? I apologize. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Blockato, we have our first place winner right here, the winner of the Xbox Challenge. He got the furthest and identified which vulnerability that he was in the SSH service and was working on that. And he was the very first person to solve the first 3 sets of challenges as well.
Yeah, sorry, quick announcement. Anybody with a silver Lexus parked in Fallen Tree, you need to move your vehicle right now. Silver Lexus in Fallen Tree. Please move your vehicle. Thank you.
Yes. So congratulations, top prize. Night Jump as well. Yeah, so Night Jump, Ozigada Zed. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Candy cane, that's just Discord. Okay. Congratulations. Yes. May you not be distracted. The noise cancel.
And then actually the 4th place winner had to take off already. So we have a last minute award to the 5th place participant who was Exploding Lemur. Is there an Exploding Lemur here? All right. Cool. So thank you very much for playing, and good job, players. I'm going to hand it off to Pinguino, I think, for the decoration contest. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. How do I get this display again? Okay. Wait. Oh god. Okay, how do I, like, seriously, how do I get out of here? Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry. It's been a very long week. Can you just give me a second? So this is the first year that we've ever had a theme for toorcamp, and this year's was Deer Punk. Okay, so this year's theme was Deer Punk, which was cyberpunk kind of post-apocalyptic deer. And fairly last minute, we asked people to do a group or individual decorating contest, decorate your living space in your tent. Give me a second and I can show you pictures of what we got sent in. I'm just out of it today, sorry. Yeah, I know. And everything's a weird size now, thanks. There we go, sorry. Okay, so the first entry was the Voight-Kampf Test Center, which was freaking awesome. This was they built like they would basically test you and see if you're a human or a replicant, and it was really, really fun. It was really interactive, but but there weren't enough deer involved. So next entry was Mystics, which took over the new night market space, and they were the anchor vendor that they brought in like lots of like drapery and curtains, and they did fortune telling. But again, there weren't enough deer involved. So another entry was Deviant's paper plane bar, and that was super fun, interactive. You would go in and you had to make a paper plane to get a drink, and it was a really finely crafted cocktail. Again, not enough deer. So, and then we had the Shady Tail payphone, which phone booth, which was amazing. Probably a giant pain to get to toorcamp. It had a hat on, but no antlers. So, sorry guys. So I don't know if Dear Queer is here, but they won because you guys should come up and accept your prize. Yeah. They basically decorated their space out with almost nothing, just random stuff they brought out, and they built this thing, which is perfect. Like, whatever this is why you guys won.
It's my sister-in-law's head with horns.
Thank you all. This is our first tour camp. Can I talk for just a second? Because I bought a ticket to tour camp in December 2019, having not pivoted into tech and not thinking like I'd belong, and not thinking it was for me. I bought tickets with my ex, who I felt would belong a lot more than me. And it's okay. You're perfect. I have since worked in open source hardware for 2.5 years. I'm rather expert. I brought all of the experience from my other career running a small business and making things for most of my life. And it's worked out fantastic. And this is my first hardware hacking event in 2.5 years of being in this industry. And then this theme happened, and I was like, I was born for this. I come from Comic-Cons and sci-fi fantasy conventions, and now I'm in hardware. Like, this was on my porch. So thank you for the theme, and thank you all.
Your camp also wins tickets to next tour camp. So for 4 of you. And then for individual, we didn't have that many entries, but my favorite one was this one. So one person had a van that was really, really cool, and he had a projector in there. He built a cardboard deer and put it on the outside fairly last minute, and it looks like this and it looks really cool. So Sovamine, come up and get your prize, and you get a ticket for next year. Thank you for understanding the assignment.
I mean, to be fair, you said that I had 45 minutes to finish, so. And then I found out it's very hard to cut cardboard when it's moist. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Me, do you want to come up here?
Are up this way. Hey, so Supriya's with Amazon Security. They had a raffle, so we're going to do that raffle right now for this sign. I'll bring the sign in.
That area for setting up.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Grab the mic. Grab the mic.
Oh.
Take mic right
Oh,
hand.
okay.
Take it off. Thank you.
Cool.
That way.
Oops. Oh, it's okay. I can just put it here. Hello, everyone. I'm with Amazon Security, and we did a tiny raffle. I'm going to call out 5 numbers, and if you have your other half of the raffle ticket, then you're the winner of this amazing prize. And we also had a telephone connection. It said Amazon customer service. Thank you for anyone that called that number. All right.
I'm not a robot. It's not necessarily true. You're right. No, I was human. And my wife is a replicant. Oh! We're completely compatible because we have children.
All right. The first number is 697007. One more time, 697007. Okay, yeah, that's true. All right, next number, 697004. 697004. All right. We're gonna go like another 5, and if we don't have anyone here, then I'll just come up with like something else. Like whoever has the most shady bucks and can show me that they have the most shady bucks wins. All right. Well, we'll do. All right. I don't want to go over all the tickets and numbers. I'll take up all the time tonight if I do that. All right. Next one up. 697006.
Who's the closest to that number? Who's the closest to that number?
697034. Oh no. 697015. Okay, we'll do 3 more or 1 more. Okay, 1 more and we'll move on. 697011. No one. Okay. Sorry, yeah, like we just handed it out to like people. Like there was a few at the night market, and like I and one other person. Yeah, who in the crowd has a ticket? Oh, there's a few people. All right. Which one of you have the most shady bucks in your account? Okay, whoever still has the ticket, please come up here and show us. Whoever has the most shady bucks amongst them wins this prize. All right. Oh, they have 5,347.82 shady bucks. Anyone else with a ticket beat that? No one? All right, you're the winner of this I'm Not a Robot LED sign. Yay! Oh, wait, sorry.
Legitimate shady bucks. That's pretty shady.
15,000?
151.
151,000 shady bucks. Who approved his loan? How did you acquire it? Wow. So sorry. Do you wanna hold up the sign that you're not a robot? Oh, just take that. Just put that down. Whoops.
Okay, all right.
All right. Woo! Thank you so much, you guys.
Okay, so we're still looking for that gray Lexus. License plate ATR6494, Alpha Tango Romeo 6494. You need to move that vehicle. It's going to get towed. All right?
Testing window. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a few years since we've done this. If the teams are here, please make sure you raise your hands so we know who you are. Good afternoon. I'm me. I am the proctor for Titanium Chef. We've been running this contest since DEF CON 206 campout. Then we went over to DEF CON for a few years for Toxic Barbecue, whereas Deviant was nice enough to give it the title Titanium Chef. And when Tour Camp was started, I was given the honor to actually continue the legacy again. And here we are, many years later. I like to say for the record, I am a bit dismayed that last event's winner is not here. but we're not going to mention their names. But they did bring 2 representatives. So this is summary of the Battle of 2022 for Titanium Chef. The teams. We had 7 teams. Team Cyber Postmodern Electropunk, are you here? Okay. Cookie Wookie? Hashtag Deerfax? Or is it Beerfax? Anyway. Shady Cuisine? Misfits and Friends. Our very own kitchen team. And Millways. Okay, we're going to go down on the series of order of when they actually had the each. I took pictures this time and now have it in PowerPoint. So, first team went up. Team Cyber Postmodern Electropunk. Basically, this is they call this from Orcas Island to Orbit Ceviche, made by cubing steelhead trout, then soaking in lemon super juice, then adding onion and fresh garlic from the Doe Bay gardens. We added chopped bell pepper and kale. We got mint, cilantro, and lemon balm from the garden as well. Topped with how do you say that? Nasturtiums? Sorry, English is not my first language. It's my third. So, with edible gold. That was their entry. Second, edible gold. It's going to be an interesting experience at the bathroom, but I digress. Oh, steelhead salmon or trout, one of the two. I think it's salmon. It's trout. Okay, it's $19.99 over at the local market. They were gracious enough to give us a fresh batch that just came from the island that morning. By the way, if anyone's wondering, they do deliveries on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So keep that in mind. And if you want to order something in ahead, please call ahead, and they'll make sure it's on the island the day you need it. Just saying. Second team, Cookie Wookie. There are 4 members: Yolanda, Moshe, Ben, and Sharon. And this just mentioning the lead cook was 11 years old and liked to play Minecraft a lot. Moshe is 8-year-old. I don't really cook, but I eat what my brother makes. Ben, my son made me do this contest. And Sharon, I'm the head of the family. They probably not make it to this contest without me. Their dish was from Pacific to Atlantfish. Brown rice, peanut oil, nuts, pan-fried salmon. Okay, third team. Hashtag Deerfax. There's a video. That's me almost collapsing. Oh, audio's not going out. You need the audio? Yeah, I would like to have audio. ちょっと待ってねください. I thought we were going through HDMI. The next one is also video. I'm being No, but I will plug into my laptop. Let's see, what space do I put that in? 2239. So give me a second. Oh my God, that is small. What are you serving today? We are hashtag Deerfax. This is fish. Louder. Garnish with a Enough said. Our next team. This is the. Oops. Sorry. Why is it not? Give me a second. It's not transferring to the next slide. I think I broke my. Here we go. This is what it looks like. The the basmati rice actually had chicken broth. It was made boiled with chicken broth. So, next dish, shady cuisine. So they actually brought in amino acids to actually enhance the flavor for all of this. So this is their deconstruction salmon rice balls with baked amino acid adventure. No, not that type of acid. Just saying. Misfits and Friends is our next group, and they brought in basically fish oil popcorn, grilled steelhead gluten-free pesto pizza with fish skin, and grilled salmon on grilled fish on the side. Next team, the kitchen team. The kitchen team. Hello, guys. Thank you. Brought to you by the way, they are our kitchen team for staff. We'd like to thank you for helping feed us and keep us, fed. Their presentation, the Golden Deer, made with sweetened steelhead with condensed milk, parsnip salmon, carrot puree, salmon pate, topped with a salmon skin cracker surrounded by caramel. Available at your local restaurant for $150. And our last team is Milwaukee's. They were the first battle winners for Titanium Chef Tour Camp 1. The theme back then was Things from My Pantry. They are back to get another title. And this was their entry. Hold on. So basically, buried under a poached egg, homemade English muffin under Benedict sauce. Okay, read fast, folks. These are the points. Before we continue, we'd like to thank our judges, Robin, Timbal. We also had, what's his name? Brad, Lauren, and Mouse. Thank you very much, judges, for being here. Just to be open about everything, we had to disqualify one judge's scores due to erroneous entries. They did not enter the numbers correctly, so we can't use those numbers. I don't think they know how to do that. Anyway. 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th place. Basically, 7th place would be hashtag Deer Facts. 6th place is Cookie Wookie. Hold on. Well, I have Cookie Wookie for 2. Oh well. 7th place would be Misfits and Friends. Okay. Oh, here, 3rd place. Congratulations, Team Cyber Postmodern Electropunk. I have some personal notes from the judges. Where is that? Hold on. Brilliant. Okay, now on. Okay, 1st and 2nd place teams. We have Shady Cuisine and Kitchen Team. Well, I'm gonna say that. Okay. ちょっと待っててねください。でもこれは少しの難しいです。Okay. So, with that, the Fitness Grand Pacer does a multi-stage aerobic capacity. Okay, sorry. I had to put that in there. The Pacers test score. Sorry. Okay, can the two teams please come up that I called? Kitchen team and Shady Cuisine, please come up. Can someone actually grab me one of the boxes, please? The bag, the white bag, the white bag. By the way, I left the second and third place prize in my car. I apologize. It is very hard for me to carry things this year, so my bad. Just see me after third place. See me afterwards, and I'll get you your prize. Or don't bother. So this year, with the thanks of Pinguino and Friends, we are presenting titanium knives with and with lasers, lasers engraved. I don't know if folks will. I don't know if you could see it, but there is a Titanium Chef logo. And by the way, anyone notice that the logo? And who here knows that the logo was a periodic element? Okay, 50-50, good. No one ever mentioned it, so I had to ask when I asked a few people. Said, oh, it is? Like, oh my god. Oh, okay, without any ado, get in there. First place. Oops. Kitchen team. This concludes Titanium Chef 2022. I hope you all folks get motivated and try next year. We're going to make it, we're just going to keep the difficulty level the same, but this is a challenge for all of us to learn and enjoy each other's company and try new things. Thank you very much. Thank you, toorcamp, for allowing me to do this, and I hope to see you all in 2 years. If you follow me afterwards, wait, I need to give you guys your knives. So, team captain? And let's go down and thank you, folks.
Congratulations to the winners, and the winning ratio for the betting pool is
12.1 to 1.
So if you have bets on the kitchen team, please see me with the board afterwards, and we'll deposit your accounts. Thank you so much for playing. May the odds forever be in your favor.
And visit us at the Shady Casino for blackjack tonight. So just So, hi everyone. My name is Akin. I'm with the Psychoholics. I want to talk a little bit about our contest side quests, where the idea was you come in and you do a bunch of side silly stuff like you do in MMOs to gain up XP before you go out and tackle the real problems. We mostly wanted to have a fun contest where you did ridiculous stuff for fun and entertainment to kind of liven up everyone's tour camp. We had a total of 79 people register for the game, of which 46 actually played and completed quests. That was actually better numbers than I expected by a lot. Considering we whipped this up pretty much last minute before we showed up. We had a total of 264 unique challenges that we created for this contest, and the players ran through them enough that we actually ended up issuing out 366 quests. So more than 100 of them were repeated. There were a total of 169 quests that were completed by the players, 3 rolls of thermal paper that were used up, and and 3 different locals that were confused, one of whom happened to be walking by for a night walk, and who we talked into actually sitting down, signing up at the terminal, and going on a side quest. There were some great quests that people did. I got to see great arguments about which was better, the Enterprise or the Star Destroyer. 3 different people argued with me wrongly about which was better, VI or Emacs. Uh, it's always VI. There's a lot of wrong people in this crowd, but a lot of right people. We had, I saw someone do a Russian knee line dance, which was kind of awesome. We established trade routes with Milliways as a part of one of the contests. There was a lot of great and hilarious things. And if anyone wishes to go through and continue trying some of these, you're welcome to come by our camp for the rest of the evening and hang out by our incredibly convincing but not quite warm fake fire while doing some side quests and roasting marshmallows, which surprisingly works on that fire. A couple of call-outs. Team Alvaro won with a score of 59, which is kind of insane. I don't know what else he did during tour camp, but I can't imagine it was much. And in second place, PIA Jesse got 32, and Jarek SO got 21. So thank you everyone for playing and making our camp incredibly hilarious to be in as we watch you guys all participate and do things and participate in this really fun contest that we had a great time putting together.
I have a quick question.
What's up?
There was a side quest of make a new friend with blue hair. When did you come up with that?
I think we came up with that one on the drive up. We did a lot of stuff, either like the few nights before the drive up or once we were here. We did a whole bunch about 2 weeks before the con where we started to actually fill out the sheet of quests. And then a bunch of them we just kind of wrote as we came up and then did while we were here as well. But that one I know we did before we showed up. We were just like, there's got to be someone with hair at tour camp, so this is going to be an easily accomplishable one. Plus, now they get to make new friends.
I met a lot of new people.
Awesome, you're welcome. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you.
All right. I guess we have to stall even more to wait for Gio to show up. Aha! Just in time. Okay.
If you wait till the last minute, only take a minute. Any good dad jokes?
What's up with the Lexus?
We found him. Yeah, but then some other car showed up, and I think we're trying to find them. I think it's in the same camp. They're trying to get sneaky. Yeah.
What's Beethoven's favorite fruit?
What?
Banana.
Nice.
Can you plug this in?
Oh, very nice. Yeah.
Thank you.
I could use a nap. Oh, yeah. Remember when we used to say, like, oh, you can just sleep when you're dead? That was stupid. We should have, we should have slept a lot more when we were young. Wouldn't be so tired now. Yeah. Catching up's going to take a while.
Did we make it through all the contests except for pancake hacks? Stalling for this guy? Are there any other contests we missed? No? No, but because do you have any pictures of the pancake hacks in your presentation? Well, all right, should we try to do some pancake hack? We don't have any pictures, though, so... All right, is Team Batter Splatter here? Okay. Is there anybody else that hacked on the pancake bot? I think there was another... That's right, okay. And what's your team name? Oli Mega, okay. Any other teams? Pancake bot? Okay, only 2 teams. All right. Do you want to describe what you did with the pancake bot? I know all of you can hop on Discord and see the pictures.
We were the first team to start on it, so we're a bit of a deficit. But we did the tour camp logo and we did our own logo. So they're posted on Discord.
All right, and where's the other team over here? Yeah. Do you want to describe what you did?
Yeah, so we started trying to do some optical illusions and trying to get that to render correctly was difficult. So we then decided to do a QR code, which is even more difficult. But in the spirit of the camp, we decided to switch gears and we ended up running more of like an interactive place where you could come in and design your own pancakes. So we ran it for about 10 hours of people just coming in and like doing their own designs, and we would print it for them. And then towards the end, we ended up playing our version of Pictionary. So Pancaktionary?
All right. So I'm curious what the audience thinks. Who thinks that Team Oli Mega should win the pancake bot to take home to their hackerspace? Okay. Who thinks that Team Batter Splatter should win the pancake bot? All right. I also understand it that Team Batter Splatter is going to take it for kids to work with, robotics team at a school. So that's a good cause. I think that congratulations, you have won the pancake bot. And we also have I think 7 no starch books that we were able to offer to the second place prize. So hopefully that can help fill out the Oli Mega library. So cool. All right, thank you so much for taking this pancake bot off my hands. All right, are you ready yet? Oh, so the hackerspace I'm a part of in Seattle, Unit 16, I moved into one of the other spaces there, and the previous person was moving and was like, oh, I don't want to move like this monitor, this shelf, this pancake bot. I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, sure, I'll figure out a use for it. And it's been collecting dust for about a year now, and I'm glad that you guys found some amusement out of it. It's going to a good cause. All right. Woo! Finally. Jeez, wait. What time is it? How later? 45 minutes. Almost 45 minutes. Okay.
46 minutes. I was getting information within the last like 10 minutes. So.
Control Z.
All right, so things happened. There was a camp. We had fun. Everyone enjoy it? All right, see you next time. It was a bad adapter. We swapped it out. This one was working, but it's just big. We know for sure that Sydney's adapter was working earlier. Yeah, like 20 minutes ago.
Welcome to the end of tour camp. Tour camp 6.5, if you count the damn panic and so forth. 2022. This should be popping up any second now because I have faith. But all right. Well, okay, the initial part of this was just asking to find out how many of you are noobs and how many of you aren't by going through the camps one by one. How many people were at the original missile silo? Damn, that's actually kind of a nice number there. I think that's higher than we had in opening. Yeah, it was a interesting situation. We got a hold of a Titan missile silo, like one does. Oh, well, like we do. I don't know about y'all, but we handle stuff like that. It was an incredible adventure, and I will have to stress the word adventure because it was very interesting. We discovered a lot of things, like the fact that the U.S. government loves to put missile silos where people aren't. And there is an aren't there for the reason. I think it was like 104 degrees above ground, 61 degrees, 6 stories down. So that difference was dramatic. The tornadoes cooled it down, though. Oh, have you forgotten about the rains? So, yeah, it was hot. It was dusty. There was the silica dust from Mount St. Helens that is still lodged, some of it in my ass crack. We're never going to escape that. But I actually stood there in the end of closing, and I remember promising people that we would have trees next time. And sure enough, we had trees. How many people went to Doe Bay? We were there for a couple of years. It was a great location, corner of the U.S. We loved it up there. It was a little bit difficult to get to. This is still freaking out. It was, and we had to mask certain behaviors. I'm sure some people know the term soup. That's out there for a reason. So I'm sorry, I didn't break the years up. How many went to the second, and then how many went to the third after that? Okay, third. Nice. Well, then we finally came upon this place, and we absolutely love this place. So they have been very kind to us, and hopefully we're kind to them. We do want to make sure that we leave this place as nice as we can. So obviously, take care of all of your trash. Don't put it in the recycling bins, despite the color mismatch. Take care of your dogs. Pick up after your dogs, etc. But we do really appreciate the staff here. Has just been wonderful to work with. We appreciate the Doe Bay staff. I don't think any of them are here, but we can at least thank them. We have the restaurant that, how many people availed themselves of the restaurant? That's really good. It's been difficult to get in there in previous years just because the reservations from not us, but this time it's been entirely us. So I think we still have another day or so there. So if you get a chance, haven't been, please do go. And I'm still not getting any response here. So I didn't bring my paper notes either. Yeah. Dave, is your laptop here?
Yeah. Well, there is a laptop.
Oh, it's just not responding at this point. Yeah, it's absolutely on. Oh wait, getting something. Okay, ignore that. Hold on. I think I got it.
Is it on here?
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
Hey, is everybody okay right here for a selfie? This area right there? Everybody's okay? There you go. We'll take a couple and stitch it together. There you go. I don't know how that works. Yeah. So it's just pictures? How does it work?
And then hit the ads.
Oh.
There's moving pictures.
Oh, they got moving pictures? Yeah. Like in Harry Potter?
Yeah, give me just a second.
I swear that we know how to computer. Sometimes.
Apple doesn't.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, plug it in. We're doing our best. All right, so I've already talked about the fact that this is ToorCon 6.5. I hope you all have had a good time. Everyone had a good time? So give me a big woot, please. There we go. That starts things off right. All right, so Tour Camp started about 23-ish years ago. The first one, Missile Silo, we kind of covered this, but it sucked. Yeah, oh, it did, actually. It wasn't fun. La, 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 la. It's the fastest I've ever run through a slide deck in my life. Soup. Oh, yeah. We also had the spa here. How many people took advantage of the spa? That's great. I know it was a bit restricted this year, just COVID and whatnot, but I'm glad so many people here were able to take advantage of that. That was great. I want to talk about some fun facts just for a quick second. Since we're talking about being here this year, we had 250 tacos delivered aerially. That's exceedingly impressive, if not annoying at the whine of the drone, but then you have a taco in your hand, and it's delicious. I had one earlier today. It was wonderful. This time I don't think we asked for permission, but we did have about 426 attendees show up. So despite all of the, yeah. And 36 kids, of course. But despite all the fact that some people had to back out because they weren't feeling well, etc., that's still a very respectable number. You add in staff, speakers, etc., and we're almost at 600 people here. So that's pretty incredible. So, oh yeah, Code Day. I want to mention Code Day specifically. So we have about 25 students here that made it on scholarship. Are any of you here? Yep. There you go. Love to see you guys here. I talked with a few of you over the last couple of days. It's fantastic you guys can make it here. And then I want to talk about some of the fun, especially the events that we had. We had a ton of events going on, and some of these are events, some of them might have been contests that have been covered already, but maybe we forgot a contest or two. So cheer if you went to any of these events. There was the movie night. That's become a tradition now. That's always nice to get here, set up your tent, and relax for a little bit. Whiskey Leaks. That's a response I like to hear. How about the paper airplane bar? Very nice. I'm still waiting on mine, by the way, Deviant. How about the kids camp? That seemed to be like, that got a really good response. We're really happy to have that, and I think everyone was loving that as it went on, and the batteries. So, anyway, from memory again. Oh, yeah, the battery's low. Do we have a charger out there? Thanks again to the taco delivery system for NFT. I think everyone really liked that. How about the lull? Are any of them here right now? I think it's been 4 camps now that the lull's been at. Something like that. They've been around for a long time. Almost all of them. So it's wrong size connector, wrong generation. Oh, and I do have to do a call out on the badges. I think, yeah. I'm going to have to presume Carlos talked about that earlier, but if he didn't, Dos, you want to talk about the badges? We don't need no stinking badges.
First, does anybody have a USB-C laptop charger? I'm just worried that we're going to be delayed another 45 minutes here if this laptop sleeps.
Thanks. Yeah, so for those of you who haven't met me, I'm Carlos. I run the workshops. I also help run Oli Mega in Olympia, and they have saved my bacon so many times this weekend. So thank you very much. And the badge, awesome, special to Rich. So hopefully we will be back in 2 years with twice the fun on a badge. So.
All right. How about bureaucracy? Hardest working people in triplicate here. And Shady Tell. Not only do the phone service, but they also do Shady Bucks, which is new this year. How many of you got your cards activated and embossed and all the rest of that? Like, payday loans. But that looks like most people had time to do it, so that was great. Oh, and by the way, from Shady Tell, there will be a wire rehoming of very slightly used long lengths of copper. Just don't help yourself. I think you just ask first, because I think some things might be reserved or set up for special purposes. But come to the Experience Center, apparently. Gently used copper, long runs. So new this year, night market. Something Penguino is responsible for. Completely her idea, and I think you now have the idea of what it's about. So next time, it should be huge. So come next time with prepared for the night market. It's going to be great, where you can buy it, use it, break it, fix it. Don't trash it. Night market it. All right. So it will return next time. There we go. I think we've kind of decided we like the deer punk theme, so we're keeping that, and it's ours now. We own it. We came up with it. So next time, I just expect the villages and tents and so forth to be the HNL, all the way up to a whole nother level. And also one last thing, after con, there is a Monday night post meet, and are you here to mention the time? If you're in Seattle, swore he would be here. So there is a meetup. I think it's on the Discord. If you happen to be in town, there will be a meetup on Monday night. You're from out of town. You're stuck in Seattle for another day. 7 o'clock where?
So it's an Old Stoke brewery, the Ship Canal location in downtown Seattle. So it's pinned on the Discord general channel if you want to check out more info.
There we go. So if you're still in town or just live here, you got something to do Monday night. So, and of course we have our parties. We're known for the parties that we have here. We've got obviously the Thursday and Friday night where we have the local band Starguts that were there. Saturday night hasn't happened yet, so I guess I can't speak about it much. But we do have a bunch of DJs. Dave, do you have the list of DJs?
All right, I'm gonna look up the message that I sent Gio that lists all the DJs. Just a second. Okay,
With
right.
the 45 other requests for information I had.
Okay, so wait. Yeah, I have to scroll through all of these. Like, how much farther do I need to stall? Like, how many more minutes? Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, we had Patrick O'Neill. We had Echo, Superset, who did like a couple sets. David Myrtle, Matrix. Yeah. And then we also had DJ Flight Risk playing in the night market. We had John, who is one of our Ada's Cafe workers that just impromptu hopped on the decks. And then later on tonight we have Keith. Bash Explode. Keith Myers? Keith Myers, Bash Explode, Fuzzy Nop, and also DJ Flight Risk. And they'll all be in the yoga studio right after this, okay?
Wonderful. So big woot out to all the evening's entertainment. We really appreciate the bands and the DJs just to give us something to annoy the neighbors with. So most of the contests have already gone. I'm just going to go through this list to make sure we didn't leave someone out or lose someone. So Stupid Hackathon was done prior to this. CTF covered. Deco covered. Who won? Dear Queer. That's what I thought. Pancake Hacks kind of happened a few minutes ago without photos. So, Ansi Drink and Draw covered. All right. The Amazon contest covered. Titanium, of course, was covered. Yes, chef. So we'll move on to some of the theme camps and/or villages and/or activities that were happening. It's kind of a broad category, but we had Psychoholics out over here. Had the Emoticon group. Code Day, as I mentioned earlier. So wonderful to have you guys here. It's really cool. Next generation of us. House of Pong. PDX. Represent. Moonrock. I think Moonrock's been with us for a long time. So at least Doe Bay, if not the first one. So since the silo, all right, since. Wonderful to have you guys here. Happy to have you. Isle of Misfit Toys. This is a new group I met just the other night that I guess was a bunch of the solo and stragglers that kind of bonded together and just made their own camp, which is what you should do if you don't have a village. You find the people, you like them, you make a village next time. Come back next year with a village. Luck fail. The Undercurrent BBS. RF Palace. Unix Haters. Omega. As we discussed earlier, thank you for the badge, for all that hard work. Thank you for adopting me. Dear Queer, who technically until about a day ago weren't actually a village or a camp, but they were nice. Ada's Cafe. The Voight-Comp testing station. How many people here got tested? Okay, yeah, I can see that. It's Team Laser Wolf, by the way. But they'll definitely be back next time. I think about 24% of all of us, including staff and speakers and so forth, got tested. We are Replican heavy by just a little bit, but it's pretty close, 54, 46%. So, and that will be back next year or next time also. And bureaucracy. And Shady Tell, mentioning them again. Because they're just that awesome, we have to mention them twice. And Milliways. Also been with us a long time. Was Milliways at the silo? Yeah, that's another original group. It's fantastic. But you know, it's really the content that drives us here. I mean, everything that you guys do is just wonderful out there. But the content is one of the things that we really try to refine and keep at the highest level for you guys. Starting off with the workshops. How many attended the workshops? Okay, that's nice. And hopefully you learned something. Shout out your favorite. Okay, yeah, I definitely heard quite a few things out there. I think the wings was so popular that 2 more sessions were added. So that's great. So we love to have this kind of stuff, just because the workshops are something unique you can't normally get in. It's not the kind of experience you can get in a hotel or convention center kind of conference. So we're super glad to have these things where you can sit there and just build some random stuff. Almost swore and said shit, but where you can build some stuff. So if you have an idea for one, please come to us. We'd love to do it. We've had all kinds of crazy stuff before in the past. It's a real hands-on chance to learn a skill that you didn't have before. So please let us know, and we can set you up with a stage or a platform or a little plot of grass, something. So talk to Fox Captain. Did you have anything to say? Do you want to talk about him?
I specifically want to thank all the speakers for being patient with last-minute change. Well, get it back up. Last-minute changes, I know they were confusing. Not everybody had internet to get the current schedule, but I think you all rock. You share your knowledge with the community, and you help us grow the community that we want, the future that we want. So thank you, all of you. I look forward to next time, and keep those ideas coming. Awesome. Thank you.
And hashtag Robe Life. All right, and also I'm sorry.
Don't cross the stream.
Definitely not. We also have the talks, of course, for anyone that was. Thank you. I did forget the car hacking village.
Stop leaving your cars all over the place.
But yeah, the talks, they're really important. Anyone that was here in the stage got to see them. I presume some portion of you attended, even though you were off building shit out there and doing things. Good. Oh, yeah, we actually live streamed the talks when the technology worked. So if you weren't here or if you had to stay home because you got sick or something like that, you could still participate. So that was wonderful. So thank you guys. Actually, thank you right now for all the hard work, all the people that worked on that. Just so we get a little bit of feedback, I want to ask about what your favorite talk was. Shout it out if you got it. So you got all that, Dave. You're taking notes? Oh, okay. Great. A few of the shouts were all at the same time when I first said it, so please repeat some of them. Keynote. Okay. Oh. Okay. Nice. All right. Thank you. We really appreciate that feedback. That helps. So, thanks to all our speakers. They're really the best. That's kind of what makes us who we've been for the last 25 years. Last almost quarter of a century. I think it's 24, 25. COVID math has like kind of screwed things up. Yeah, everything's a little bit, has soft edges. But our speakers are one of the things that really drive us. They're the best. We really love them. I want to give a special thank to our keynote, who is... Hello! But, you know, this is a big project that we do. We can't do this without help. So this is critically important. Our staff. So, you know, they make this possible, all of this. I'm going to ask our team leads to stand up as I go through the team, and their teams stand with them. So starting out with facilities, is Bildo here? There we go. And all of facilities, please stand up. Please stand up. Bildo is our 3D printer, our human 3D printer that makes things like the stage, this dome, all the things around you that you see happen. So we really appreciate that. Where's our security detail? Matrix is right here. Security team, please stand up. I think most of them are in the back, securing the perimeter. Of course, we have Carlos, who just walked away. So here's your cheers, Carlos. Oh, there he is. In charge of reception, Zarkle. Or
Can I go back real quick?
Well,
so
go ahead.
We're already late. Anyway, I don't officially have a staff per se since I run it all online, but I want to deputize Olimega. They did an amazing job setting up the hardware hacking stage, running it. So you guys are now my deputies, and thank you.
All right, now let's go to reception. Registration. And all of Reg back over here. Our network team, those are the guys that, there's one of them. Video Man and Morgan, they're the guys that keep your internet up and running. Morgan's probably working right now, taking care of things, because they're just like that. There we go. Our speaker team is Joe somewhere here. No, well, Joe, Takari, and myself.
Hey, and can I say a quick thing? I just wanted to say that we 4 years ago had all this whole stage running on HDMI, and then somehow decided it'd be a good idea to send that down to San Diego, and then forgot that we sent it to San Diego, and so we kind of hobbled everything together. And I super appreciate everybody that came in with like dongles and provide all that. And by the way, if we have one of your dongles, please come up here and get it from us, because I'm not sure I can remember everybody that gave us a dongle. So I really appreciate that. I also super appreciate Dragos and Sova, who kind of stepped up and provided a lot of the cabling and basically got the whole stream working and really stepped up and helped us get the whole lineup here working.
Yeah, I will tell you right now, if you don't reacquire your dongle in the next hour, it will wind up in San Diego. So just take care of that now. And of course, the biggest team that we have here, and one of our hardest working team leads, Laura, who runs Space Team. All of Space Team, please stand up. Or at least raise your hands if you can't stand too well. They're the people that handle a lot of the physical logistics, and they did a fantastic job of making sure everyone has a spot, everyone has a place. So thank you guys. We really appreciate it. So I have a few other teams that are usually one or two people, so it's not exactly a team. And if it's a two-person team, I can't exactly appoint someone ahead of the other person because that's not right. But ODJ is over here. And Sasquatch, I guess, has been working on that. So there's our two. Thank you, guys. The lighting, Scott's in charge of that. Scott here somewhere. There we go. Yeah, he does have a whole team that works so hard to make this just such a magical place, especially when the Daystar disappears. And like all the lighting, it's just been fantastic. So thank you guys. We really appreciate that. And then Marcio's in charge of our staff travel that takes care of us. She makes sure that all of us are here so that when you guys get here, there's something to do. So that's actually critical internally for us to have. So we really appreciate it. Well, okay. So I made a typo. Where's Ian? Sorry. I was rushed for obvious reasons. And in terms of art, Pinguino. She not only did our deers, she did all the art installations. The night market was entirely her idea. You just do such a knockout job. I can't thank you enough. Oh, and this is one of our newer departments. These are the people that keep us moving so that we have an event. And I have to thank our kitchen crew. I think I see Rora over here. I don't know where Salt is or Morgan. Oh, you guys are all hiding behind the speaker, so I can't see you guys. But thank you. from the staff, this is our favorite team. You guys have no interaction with them, don't know who they are, doesn't matter. We love them. All right, yeah, just rock solid. They're on time. It's wonderful. Did I miss any department? Power's ours. Thank you. I think that might have been tied in with Space Team, but they deserve a mention on their own. So thank you. We really appreciate that. There will be the photo afterwards, so if you are staff, please stick around for it. If you're not staff, don't try and photobomb. Maybe a little, not too much. And then last but not, well, maybe least, we've got Hikari, Tim, and myself. So I do want to move on to talking about our sponsors just real quick. They make this special. I want to give a thanks out to all of them. They cover our expenses. They help make this happen. This is kind of not a cheap event to put on for obvious reasons. We have to build infrastructure. We have to construct all kinds of things. I really want to thank all of them. I think New Relic is out there, out here somewhere. If you got an Nalgene bottle, that's their logo on it. Oh, we do have more. We ran out here earlier in the day, but there are more in the dome now, so get one. If you didn't get a Nalgene bottle and you want one, please grab one. If you did get one, don't grab a second until everyone's had a chance, please. Amazon Security. Leviathan. Ada's, of course. No Starch. Unix Surplus. And Great Scott. Michael, I just moved, couldn't be here this year, but thank you, Michael. Really appreciate you. Love you, my brother. So they make this possible. It's a complex situation that we have here. This event is, like I said, difficult to produce, but they make it possible by their donations and their help and their everything that they put into this. So thank you guys so much for that. So most important, it has to be you guys. Because without you guys, it would just be the three of us up here on the stage, and it would be kind of sad. So thank you guys. I thank everyone for being here. It's been a fantastic year. We're going to have a wonderful time tonight. And then everyone will pack everything out and clean up their trash and everything tomorrow. Everyone. Everyone. So next camp, we got another one coming up. Already planning for it. We do alternating years, so put it in your calendar. I think, do we have the same weekend? Or we're working on the dates, but we'll have.
Yeah,
them
we're
soon.
working on the dates. It should be it should be in the summer. So hopefully the same weekend or kind of August, sometime in August or early August. So we might have to go toe to toe with DEF CON, but whatever. So.
Yep. All right. Meantime, we got San Diego coming up this year.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe if I get up tomorrow.
All right. And I guess we will see you guys.
Oh, hold on one second.
The next tour.
Does anybody have a 7:35 ferry reservation for tomorrow morning? Okay, so I'm going to run a shuttle from 5:30 to 6:30 to go get people's cars. Does anybody want to be on that? No. Yes. Maybe. Okay. Well, I'll either get up and shuttle you or I won't. I mean, it's up to you guys.
So we are starting shuttles tomorrow at 8:30. I'll be taking the first group out there. So 8:30 at the reg desk. We'll have it running till about 7 o'clock at night. All right.
Any more announcements? Bev, did you have something? Okay. Well, read my text. All right. See you guys. Enjoy tonight and see you guys on the next tour.
Oh well. Sorry. Yeah, that sounds good. Hey, can I get the mic? Hey, if anybody's interested in extra T-shirts, we're selling them right here outside this store for $20. If you want to